This is the clean version of Book 6 in the Cyberstars Saga, Ghostborn, written and created by John Roberts in 2025, narrated by AI. I am afraid to tell you that halfway through writing and recording Ghostborn, Meta bought PlayHT. It made most of PlayHT's support staff redundant and put the AI voice narration company into a sunset period until the end of December 2025. My studio stopped working for 3 months and no one responded to my emails and support tickets. Now that I returned to the PlayHT studio in mid-August 2025, it is generating again, but a few of the voices stopped working, so I had to replace them with the POV character's voice depending on the scene. Chapter 1. Arrival. Ultraviolet blazed through the bar-glass walls of Quentin Valentine's hoverfish, bathing everyone inside in its strange brilliance. Then it blinked out and plunged them into darkness. For several seconds, Quentin could hear only the steady breathing of Anna, Zila, and Enya, who were strapped into the seats beside him.
Is everyone all right?
Maria's voice crackled through the comms. We're fine. Quentin gripped the controls and activated the hoverfish's internal lights. Enya's purple skin shone silver, while Anna and Zila's pale faces looked harsh. What's our next move? Quentin asked.
We should leave the pyramid immediately.
Anna rubbed the black rings under her eyes.
Find somewhere safe, eat, rest, and figure out how to find Dr. Zila's mentor.
Zila nodded.
She's the one who can help.
Skywater shifting is impossible without rain.
Anna added.
Let's recuperate. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted.
We all are.
Rokala replied from Maria's hoverfish.
Shah Shubu, her father, and I haven't slept in 3 nights. Not since Maria abandoned the crow clone, leaving us to trek through the forest with the royal guard chasing our every move.
Hey, that wasn't my fault.
Maria said.
I had no control over that.
Are you sure our hoverfish is invisible with the internal light on, Quentin?
Enya asked.
Don't worry.
Zila said.
It is. All these hoverfish are in stealth.
When they piloted the vehicles out of the pyramid, Quentin caught his breath. Trillions of stars and 3 slender crescent moons glittered from the heavens. Pain tightened Quentin's chest as he thought of Saffron, her clones, Renara, his children, everyone he might never see again.
We could go to Crowleen's cave in Hearthram,
the Bubo King said hesitantly over the comms.
Are you joking, Papa?
Shar Shuvu snapped from their shared hoverfish with Jennefgar.
Crowleen was against time travel. She hunted for the keys to destroy them. Crowleen's the last person we want to bump into. She'll try to stop us.
You didn't know her like I did,
the Bubo King said, almost wistfully.
Yes, she was harsh and stubborn, but she cared, especially for you. When you were captive in Voria's future, she helped me search for you.
That was 200 years from now.
Shar Shuvu sighed.
I don't know who Crowleen was 80 years before we entered the portal.
Char's right.
Anna said.
Seeking Crowleen could alter time even more. The safest bet is to go skywater shifting once it rains, and staying somewhere isolated and secure, but also near a magic river. There aren't any of those in Hearthram. We have to stay near the river, which originated under this pyramid.
The Bubo King's data globe opened up like an orange, levitating beside his massive owl head.
I remember a place,
he said as he whistled.
It's the remnants of a fortress near the magic river down in the lowlands. Crowleen told me she had stayed there to skywater shift. It's remote enough that will remain hidden.
Perfect.
Maria said.
Do you know where it is?
I think so.
His data globe interpreted.
Let's go,
Maria said. The Bubo King guided their hoverfish away from Heaven's Island. They descended through clouds and over mountains, following the silver ribbon of the river as it plunged off cliffs and roared through lush tropical forests, until they reached the secluded lowlands he described. It took several hours, even zooming quickly in the futuristic flying machines. As they traveled, Quentin rocked in place, thinking about worst-case scenarios. With the assassination of Major Donkora and the resurrection of the Alliance, would Quentin still have created 2 versions of himself? If they succeeded and prevented the virus's development, would his loved ones remember the past Quentin instead of the one who rescued them? Would he remain a ghost-born, disconnected from everything he once cherished? Perhaps it would be safer for only one of them to travel 20 years into the future to kill Donkora. Was there a way to prevent duplicates forming? Or would they be ghosts left haunting their own lives? Anna might know. Cosmic Spider would definitely know. But he couldn't visit Cosmic Spider now that he existed 60 years in the future. He glanced toward Anna, wanting desperately to ask, but everyone was already deep in discussions about food and shelter once they arrived at their destination. He kept the question to himself as he silently navigated the hoverfish to follow the Bubo King beneath the stars. For the second half of the journey, Anna, Zila, and Jennefgar conversed as the brown-skinned psychic piloted her hoverfish through the starlit sky, carefully following the Bubo King's earlier instructions before the owl man fell asleep. Quentin watched from his own craft, noticing the peaceful way Chairman Vrokala, Shar Shuvu, and the Bubo King slept, exhausted from their journey. A pang of envy stirred within him. He hadn't slept deeply in what felt like forever. Thoughts of Saffron, Lyria, Juna, Ma, Dad, and the rest of his family haunted him whenever he closed his eyes. Memories of Renara and the Saffron's heads thudding onto the floor made him dry heave. The ruins of the old fortress appeared as a dark silhouette among dense foliage near the river bank. Ancient stone walls rose out of tangled vegetation, their structure partially hidden, yet reassuringly sturdy. Jennefgar landed their craft smoothly on a flat clearing nearby, and Quentin guided his hoverfish to land beside her. Anna, Zila, and Inya exited with Quentin into the humid night air. Everyone except Zila wore white cotton outfits resembling pajamas, while the scientist wore a silver and white jumpsuit that hugged her slender frame. Fatigue ached in Quentin's bones, but alertness surged back into him when movement rustled at the edge of his vision. "We aren't alone." Maria quickly joined his side. A ragged Phoenix royal guard emerged from the shadows, hands raised in a gesture of peace. Despite his exhausted appearance, he was 6 foot tall and probably as dangerously magic as the rest.
Don't move another step,
Maria warned. The Phoenix halted obediently.
"I didn't come to fight.
Quentin narrowed his eyes. "Why should we trust you?"
My name is Azrek. I was a captain of the Phoenix Guard chosen by the Burning Chronomancers to lead the first assault against you, but I defied their orders. Over the ocean, my comrades intended to kill you, but I stopped them. I killed them. I'm here because I want to help you prevent the virus."
Quentin sucked in a breath. "You killed your own comrades?" Azrek winced, and despite having the face of a bird, regret was obvious in his tired eyes.
"Yes, I can't undo what I've done, but I don't regret it. They would have died of the virus eventually."
Maria folded her arms.
and we're supposed to believe you?
Anna glanced thoughtfully at Quentin and Maria.
I sensed the truth in him.
Quentin hesitated, but something in Azrek's weary gaze resonated with him. "Maria, keep watch over him. If he tries anything, you have my permission to act as necessary." Maria nodded sharply, stepping closer to Azrek.
Understand this. Betray us, and I won't hesitate.
Azrek held her gaze steadily.
"I accept your terms."
They guided the hoverfish, containing the sleeping owl hybrids and eagle hybrid, into the ancient fort. Quentin marveled quietly at its hidden rooms and sturdy construction. It felt secure, even comforting after the chaos they'd endured. He volunteered immediately for the first watch, but he was hungry. Quentin rummaged through one of the upper cupboards of his hoverfish, grabbing a silver-foiled pouch and a few protein bars. Anna crouched beside the bare glass bench, stacking filtered water flasks into the small dispenser port. "Freeze-dried stew or nutrient crisps?" he asked. Anna reached for the stew.
You always save the better stuff for me.
Zila stood in the doorway, still in her silver and white jumpsuit, arms crossed. She hadn't touched a bed, hadn't said a word in over 15 minutes. She spoke suddenly.
Wait, where's the young owl man?
Quentin glanced at her. Young owl man?
He came to the vault with you and waited while some fetched the hoverfish they'd left behind.
Anna froze halfway through opening her pouch.
He had a human face like Sharashuvu, right?
Zila gave a slow nod.
Chanis.
Anna gasped.
He's the Bubo King's son, Sharashuvu's brother.
Zila frowned, and her nose twisted to the side.
He was with us in the vault. I remember.
Anna set down her food.
I remember him walking in the tunnels, but not in the cavern with the spaceship.
Quentin's stomach heaved. Oh, shit. What are you saying? Everyone forgot him? Zila looked toward the hoverfish, where the owl hybrids were still sealed inside, resting.
We need to wake them.
They need sleep, Quentin said quietly. They were exhausted when we met you at the vault, and that was ages ago. They're more sleep-deprived than anyone else. Anna looked toward the other hoverfish.
But they might be the only ones who remember seeing him last. Did he die of the virus? Or from violence? I didn't see him in the conference hall before hell broke out.
Zila hesitated.
We can't ignore this. If we left someone behind.
Anna's voice softened.
Who wake Shah and the Bubo King? We might finally know.
Quentin and Anna approached the hybrid's hoverfish with Zila. Zila whispered a command to the outer shell, and a small hole popped open in it. She reached inside and gently shook Shar Shuvu. Nothing. She tried the Bubo King next. No response. They were deep in sleep, too exhausted to stir. Minutes later, Shar Shuvu began to shift. The Bubo King's claws scratched softly against the barraglass as he sat up, blinking slowly, yellow eyes fogged with sleep. Zila crouched beside them.
Where Shan is?
The Bubo King froze, his head turned slowly.
Shanice?
Quentin felt goosebumps slide along the back of his neck. Chairman Vrkala stirred from under his blanket near the back of the hoverfish.
He showed up in a bubble and came to the vault. I remember that. But only for an hour or so. I don't recall seeing him in the tunnels.
Maria climbed slowly out of the third vehicle, frowning.
He wasn't with us when we entered the underground colony. I would have noticed.
The Bubo King pressed a hand to his feathered head.
I forgot my own son.
Jennefgar took a step toward him, but he waved her away.
He's out there.
Shar said quietly.
Somewhere. Or buried. Or worse.
He wouldn't have survived.
Maria said softly.
Not with the virus.
Quentin stepped forward. We were all in shock. It was chaos. He must have stayed behind without us realizing. The Bubo King perched on the barraglass floor. Talons curled around the edge which opened to the roofless hall of the ancient fort. He stared at the stone floor.
How could I forget him?
No one's to blame.
Anna said.
We were running, bleeding, collapsing.
Not before that we weren't.
The Bubo King said.
We thought we had found a haven, and I didn't even realize that he didn't follow us down. What if he got lost in the tunnels?
Zila laid a hand on the Bubo King's wing.
He might still be alive.
The Bubo King looked up.
Then I'll find him, I swear it.
But we're here now,
Inya said.
I'll go back.
Rest first and let's discuss it in the morning.
Maria scrubbed a hand over her face.
You're in no fit state to save yourself in that apocalypse, let alone your son who is probably already dead, like everyone else.
Okay,
He said.
Sleep is what I need.
As everyone slept in the barraglass beds laid out inside the 3 different hoverfish, Quentin stared into the night. The mission was complex. The time shifting, the assassination, the memory loss, and the Baratu technology. No matter their actions, the future felt impossibly uncertain. Would changing time restore the life he'd lost, or simply grant happiness to another version of himself? For now, he kept these troubling thoughts to himself. Chapter 2. Before the Rain.
Jennefgar wandered along the river's edge, stepping between patches of moss, careful to avoid long grass for fear of snakes. Sunlight trickled through the leaves above, twinkling on the water's rippling surface. Rainbow-coloured dragonflies darted about. The air smelled tropical sweet, a fragrance unfamiliar but comforting. She bent down, dipping her fingers into the cool river. The gentle current tugged at her hand, the sensation calming after so much turmoil. Upstream, Quentin stood waist-deep in the river, his alabaster skin glowing faintly under the sun. Thick-necked and dense with muscle, his frame carried a rugged softness. Like a boulder worn smooth by seasons. Dark hair, almost black as a starless night, clung to his forehead, while his blue eyes cut through the haze like shards of glacier ice. Water sluiced over his chest, its pale expanse mapped with ridges of muscle, and, when he turned, the sight of his broad back, lats like curved iron, waist tapering into the river's grip. made her throat tighten. Her pulse thrummed in her wrists, her palms itching to touch the droplets gliding down his skin, to feel the heat of him beneath the cold shimmer of the stream. A longing twisted in her stomach. He was so close, yet so unreachable.
Enjoying the view?
Sharshivu said from behind. Jennefgar's face flushed hotly. She jerked around. Just thinking. Although she was teasing Jennefgar, the psyche could feel the owl woman's grief and guilt over forgetting her brother in the tunnels of the Bartu colony.
You're certainly thinking about something.
Sharshivu said.
About Quentin, I imagine.
Jennefgar shrugged. There was no point denying it. He barely notices me.
He's handsome, gentle-mannered and kind, and I had a thing for him before.
Sharshivu admitted. You did? Jennifer's hand flew to her lips, fingertips trembling against the soft gasp that escaped. Sharshivu? She'd always assumed their friendship was just that, easy banter forged over shared fires and the grit of their mission. But now, the memory of Shar's laughter with Quentin pricked like a splinter. How had she missed it? Her intuition was usually as sharp as a hawk's cry. Yet here it was, a truth that coiled in her chest, hot and uneasy. Had their closeness been a mask all along? Or worse, a game?
Don't worry, it was only for the first couple of days.
Shar sucked in a deep breath and bobbed her head under the water. When she re-emerged, she smiled sadly, probably constantly reminded about the deaths of her brother and mother.
He already had lovers, and that put me off him.
Oh, yes. Those two women, the Baratu scientists, beheaded. Shar lowered her voice.
Anna told me he had a lot of those red-skin clones, and that then Enya and her friend, the golden one who was beheaded, joined his harem.
Did the women get intimate together too? Jennefgar asked. Sharshivu shrugged.
I dunno, but it's not for me. Maybe you'll go off him now that you know.
Jennefgar swallowed hard. She actually found him more desirable, and she'd let him take her virginity any day. My intuition tells me he's the one. Sharshivu sucked in a tight breath.
Just don't get hurt.
He doesn't seem interested in me anyway. Jennefgar kneeled on the gravelly river bottom and dipped her head back into the water to clean her long black hair. It could be because I don't have humongous tits like those other women. Sharshivu glanced at Enya, who was sitting naked on a sun-baked boulder.
She hardly has any breasts at all, but she was part of his group of lovers.
Jennefgar half smiled, though she didn't feel happy at all. Are they still a thing?
I don't know.
Shar said.
They sleep in the same hoverfish but share it with Zila and Anna.
And Anna's not into him. Sharshivu laughed again and patted Jennefgar's shoulder.
No way, they go back, but only as friends. Don't forget Anna's lost her husband, kids, sister and father, not to mention all her in-laws. I believe her husband had a sister and nieces too.
Couldn't that bring them together?
No way.
Where is Anna anyway?
She's bathing elsewhere. She's too shy to strip in front of everyone.
I'm surprised. She said she worshipped the elements, and with those animistic tendencies, I assumed being naked and at one with nature would be natural for her. Jennefgar cringed and puckered her lower lip. How can I approach Quentin and get to know him? Shar gaped at her for a few seconds.
You're not still interested in him, are you?
I am. He's my destiny.
Even when he has countless other women? That's a lot of emotional baggage.
They've gone. Quentin doesn't have them anymore. He only has Enya. I can deal with that.
It doesn't mean he doesn't want them.
Jennefgar shrugged. Sharshivu spread her speckled wings and shook the water droplets off before folding them behind her again. Why doesn't he talk to me?
He has a lot on his mind.
Sharshivu glanced toward the naked Quentin. He had climbed from the water and was now conversing quietly with Enya at the riverbank. The shy woman's silvery lilac cheeks darkened pleasantly whenever Quentin spoke. Even at this distance, Jennefgar saw their ease, their subtle smiles. Despite saying she'd be happy to share, envy flared inside her, sharp and unwelcome. The Bubo King approached along the riverbank. He carried a string of fish, scales shining silver and green.
God dinner, Quentin and Enya seem to have had good luck hunting rabbits this morning too.
Excellent, Papa. We'll eat well tonight.
Sharshivu's smile was a flickering lantern in a storm. Too warm, too defiant. Illuminating the guilt and grief that still clung to them both like rust on a blade. Jennefgar's ribs tightened. How could she wear that lightness, as if the past hadn't carved hollows in their bones? Jennefgar turned to face them both. Will you go back for Shannis? Shar Shuvu's feathers drooped a little.
We talked about it many times, but no, we won't.
Jennefgar's breath bottled. Why not? Shar looked away. The Bubo King answered instead, the voice of his data globe, lower now.
He's likely dead, Jennefgar, either from the virus from getting lost in those tunnels or from the violence. We barely made it out.
Shar smiled sadly and stroked her father's wing.
It's deadly. If we return to the time of the apocalypse, we probably won't survive, and we decided something else matters more.
Jennefgar nodded slowly. Changing time.
Yes.
Shar said.
Helping others, giving this planet a chance. Giving the 8 habitable worlds of the Euphorian Alliance a chance. If it works, my mother and brother will live again. That's the choice we made.
The Bubo King laid a heavy hand on his daughter's shoulder.
My son, Shannis, is in my thoughts every day. Their mother is in my thoughts too, but I won't risk any lives to satisfy the guilt I carry.
The group had settled comfortably into their routines. Days passed peacefully, but Jennefgar's heart remained restless. Anna and Zila often spoke together, lost in their complicated theories, their minds full of Skywater shifting ideas and timelines. Jennefgar appreciated their company, yet she longed for a closeness she hadn't truly experienced with anyone. Quentin seemed unaware of her yearning. Azrek mostly kept to himself, seated at the far edges of their camp, silently brooding or observing. Maria watched him constantly, her suspicion barely concealed. Jennefgar found Maria imposing and intimidating, though she was clearly Quentin's trusted friend. She had sensed Maria's dislike when the Clay tribe had tasked Jennefgar with aiding Falcon, but afterward Maria was generous to her. Since Falcon's death, though, Maria spoke to no one, except for Azrek, Quentin, the Bubo King, and Vrorkala. Didn't she like other women? That evening, the group gathered around a crackling campfire in the central hall of the ruin, which opened to the sky above, the roof long since crumbled away. Orange flames licked upwards, illuminating faces warmed by laughter and conversation. The smell of roasting fish and fresh rabbit filled the air. Jennefgar sat between Zila and Anna, eating quietly as others chatted freely. Because Anna's white cotton top was thin and because it was dark, it was impossible for everyone not to notice and ask about the green light emanating from her chest.
It was a mark left after the space wizards abducted me.
After my friend Fuyuka was murdered by a mutant cyborg called Raphael II.
Quentin said.
Her body turned into a hologram, and she too had that green star emanating from her heart.
Anna sniffed.
Matthias had one as well.
Jennefgar wondered if Matthias's body had turned into a hologram when he died as well, but she didn't ask. Across from her, Vrokala adjusted his eagle-feathered wings, occasionally plucking out debris. Beside him, the Bubo King and Shar Shovu nestled comfortably on woven mats, feathers softly rustling as they shifted positions. Azrek sat slightly apart, his dark eyes quietly observing the surrounding interactions. Vrokala turned towards Azrek.
Azrek, did you serve the Phoenix Guard your entire life?
Azrek inclined his phoenix head.
Nearly 40 years. I trained under the burning chronomancers. Their teachings are strict.
Why defy them?
Zila asked.
Your people revere duty. What changed your mind?
Azrek's gaze drifted toward Quentin, deep sorrow reflecting within his fiery eyes.
Duty means nothing if the orders are unjust. I saw the wrongness of their actions. I made my choice.
Maria eyed Azrek thoughtfully.
Did you have family there, among the guard?
Azrek shook his head slowly.
No family, only fellow soldiers. And now, even they're gone.
A heavy quiet settled, interrupted finally by Enya's hesitant voice.
At least you found the strength to break free.
Azrek glanced at her gratefully. Quentin placed a gentle hand on Enya's shoulder, in quiet reassurance, making Jennefgar's chest tighten. How she wished he'd offer her that simple, comforting gesture. Maria poked at the fire with a long stick, sparks flying upward.
If we're here for longer, I'll need to learn how to weave me some clothes out of reed or bamboo. I wouldn't mind having something to wear when my only clothes are drying in the sun. It's so damn hot here. I feel I gotta clean myself in that river several times a day.
At least the ointment the Bubo King made for us keeps the mosquitoes away.
Quentin said.
True.
Maria said.
This menthol sap is really effective.
The trick is to reapply it regularly,
The Bubo King said.
particularly after bathing in the river.
Anna, who sat with her knees drawn up comfortably, stared into the flames.
Survival skills are important even once we start skywater shifting. Our actual physical selves need to be protected and nourished.
Quentin looked up then, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, and for a fleeting moment his eyes met Jennefgar's through the flickering firelight. Her breath caught, heart hammering rapidly, before she looked down at the hematite pendant hanging between her breasts. Maybe tonight he would finally notice her? The flames crackled again, and Jennefgar reclined, the comfortable silence around the campfire settling once more, filled with quiet possibilities.
Chapter 3. Like a reed. Shafts of light from the 3 crescent moons and countless stars beamed through the jungle's canopy, casting shadows on a fully clothed Quentin and naked Enya as they meandered through the darkness. Quentin felt like he was going mad with grief for everything which had passed, but he'd found friendship with this woman who had been an engineer on the Nebula Strider. She wasn't like any of the other women he had been with or been in love with. She was quiet and thoughtful. Some thought she was sad and shy, but from what he had learned through conversing with her, she didn't see the need to make others feel comfortable in her presence. She was quiet, and that was for sure, but there was intelligence in her silver eyes. Enya helped to keep his mind off all the bad stuff which had happened. The rough bark of the tree pressed against Quentin's back as he held Enya close to him. He marveled at the way her body yielded to him, wondering how he deserved this tender intimacy amidst so much loss and chaos, yet hardly questioning the solace he found in her presence. She understood his need, and he understood hers. He knew she had lost parents and siblings as well. He held her tighter, seeking not only physical release, but a temporary escape from the shadows of their shared pasts.
Jennefgar drifted away from camp and walked alone along the riverbank. One crescent moon had vanished, while the other 2 had grown in size over the 3 days and nights they'd spent there. She stepped into the cool current, feeling it swirl around her ankles, soothing and gentle. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Her heart leapt, hoping irrationally it was Quentin. Turning around, she hid her disappointment at seeing Anna instead.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not. Jennefgar stepped aside to share the cool space. They stood quietly for a moment, with the moonlit river murmuring around them.
Quentin cares about everyone you know,
Anna said.
even if he seems distant.
Jennefgar looked away, embarrassed. Is it that obvious? Anna smiled.
No, Shah told me.
Jennefgar sucked her teeth. What a blabbermouth.
I hope he doesn't hurt you. He's quite the ladies' man.
I'm happy to share.
Seriously?
If he would have me, I would share him. He's my destiny. He shares the hoverfish with you and Zila, but he's close to Maria and Shar Shovu, and then there's Enya. Anna shook her head reassuringly.
Quentin's bond with Maria is friendship and war missions. Enya is gentle and he's being protective of her vulnerability. They were intimate once and they might be again, but they're emotionally wounded like all of us.
And you?
Just a friend, only ever a friend. My late husband, Matthias. He is the love of my life.
What about Cosmic Spider? What about what he confessed in the hoverfish? Anna blew out a noisy breath.
That was romantic and sweet, and he is so handsome, but I never knew he kept it to himself. I would never have known. I only talked to him the one time I rescued Quentin and a bunch of slaves from a mafia hideout.
Is that how you know Quentin?
Yes, I saved his life. But because the cosmic spider never visited me again, I was always a little sad. He was the reason my stepson Darwin rescued me, Fuyuka, and Matthias from the mole men.
Mole men?
The space wizards I mentioned earlier.
The ones who gave you that light in your chest?
Yes, they have power over us. They're not gods. At least I don't think they are. This star.
She pulled up her top to reveal the 6-pointed star between her bare breasts. It was a bright green and the size of Jennefgar's splayed hand.
Hey, you're a psychic.
Only when I dream things, Jennefgar said defensively.
Have you dreamt anything about this mission?
No, only about visiting the Satsang twins when I was desperate and starved in the United Wheel dungeons.
You should practice scrying.
Anna said. I don't scry, Jennefgar said. I never have. Visions have always come to me in dreams. I've never searched for the future in tea leaves or coins or sticks or cards with pictures. That's not what I do. Anna gazed at the moonlight which twinkled on the surface of the river.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yes,
Are you sure you won't tell anyone?
of course.
I can travel to different worlds in my dreams.
Jennefgar blinked rapidly as she tried to process what Anna had just said. Is that because the portal is open again?
No, even after Darwin helped Crawleen to close the portal, I could.
Like a natural ability?
Only since I got this star.
She pointed between her pale breasts again. Since your stepson and his school friends freed you from the mole men?
Exactly.
So couldn't you have used that ability to stop Major Donkora?
No, I can only visit people and worlds at this point in time.
Don't you need rain?
Nope.
An air orb?
You mean orb shield?
Anna giggled.
No, I don't need any of that. I only need to sleep.
Why do you keep it secret? Anna's face crumpled, and her smooth, pixie-like face exposed her true age. She lowered her head, crying so much that her tears must have been mingling with the river.
I promised Matthias. We were scared. The portals almost caused an interstellar war.
Really? Jennefgar's muscles went weak. I didn't know that.
What does Polymnia ever tell its citizens?
Anna said, almost spitefully. Jennefgar's face, neck and ears felt impossibly hot from embarrassment at her ignorance. How was there nearly an interstellar war?
When we Skywatered shifter agents, working for a secret division under the Leleranese government, we imprisoned Chairman Vakala and rescued his Moravina slaves. We also,
Moravina?
otherwise known as Noctara.
Jennefgar shrugged, though her face was still flaming. Who are they? Anna nodded tightly, as if holding back from speaking another insult about Polymnia being closed to the rest of the alliance.
They're tree people, which the Barra 2 scientists created under Chairman Vrokala's rule.
I know nothing, do I? Jennefgar's chest caved and spine bent. Anna caught her hand and gave it a squeeze.
It's not your fault. Anyway, to cut a long story short, us SS agents and the Leleranese government brought down the Barra 2 chairman and reunited the Black Baronese with the Whites.
They were divided?
Yes, though they used to live together.
So you helped them live together in peace again?
That's right. The Euphorian Alliance forced the Whites to leave Barra 2. A water world they had colonized in the same system as the Rocky Barra 1. Leaving the ocean world was good for ocean habitats and the natives of Barra 2.
Is that ocean world still called Barra 2?
Yes and no. Its true name before the colonization was Ossavi, and I believe that's what the natives are calling it again.
So the natives can talk?
Nomo can, yes. They're very separated from the Euphorian Alliance. All they ever knew was their own natural life. And then having their resources and habitats taken and destroyed by the White Baronese was just awful.
Did the virus wipe them out too? And his eyebrows shot up.
I don't know.
So why was there almost an interstellar war?
Because the LSS led the enslaved Moravina, who cleaned up the radiation on Hukio Shogun, through the time portal into the future to enter Laran.
Did they go through the portal also?
Before Darwin was forced to close them. Yes.
So, did lots of the plant people suddenly know the secret?
And thousands of White Baronese scientists did. They went through the portal too, like a giant exodus from Hokyo Shogun to enter Laran.
As risky?
Yep, we should have seen it.
Didn't the plant people in Baron 2 have to swear some kind of oath?
They promised to keep the portals a secret, but someone discovered Skywater shifting, and when they returned to their ancestors' rocky world, Barra 1, also through a time portal, groups of rebel Baronese started Skywater shifting and caused absolute chaos.
That's crazy, Jennefgar said. What's the name of Barra 1 now?
Just Barra, but many still call it Barra 1 to prevent confusion.
Well, you taught me a lot tonight, Anna, thank you.
Don't be ashamed to ask. Everyone knows a lot and would be happy to tell you. Just don't pretend you already know something if you don't. This mission is important.
Jennefgar imagined asking Quentin to tell her about the Seven System Alliance and its history. She then imagined him kissing her. She wondered if Anna fantasized about the cosmic spider after what he had confessed. Jennefgar probably would, but then again, Anna had lost her kids and husband to the virus.
Chapter 4. Forged in the Stars.
Azrek washed in the river, admiring the sunlight which filtered through the jungle canopy, creating patterns of gold across the outside of the ruin. He finally felt as if they were accepting him, though no one had thanked him for turning on and destroying his brothers, his comrades. Maria had asked about his family, and he had lied, for the burning chronomancers had been his family. The Royal Phoenix Guard of Polymnia was not like other beings within the Seven System Alliance. They were not born from the seed of their father and the egg of their mother. The Phoenix Lords forged them in the fires of the stars, hand-picked from different timelines, their souls cloned from, stolen from, sages across the multiverse. The Cat Queen had considered it black magic, but she never complained because they posed as her guardians, though in truth she was just the burning chronomancer's puppet. Azrek had always felt the weight of their legacy pressing down on him, a burden he carried with silent reverence. But his magic had become powerful enough to block the commands of their makers. As he dried himself off with a rough cloth, he observed most of the group swimming playfully in the river. Zila and Maria laughed together, while Vrakala proudly splashed his eagle feathers, soaked and shimmering. Nearby, the Bubo King and Zila had taken it upon themselves to construct a platform that spanned across part of the river. Using sturdy fallen branches and thick vines, they worked carefully, discussing their strategy in quiet tones. The Bubo King held branches steady while Zila tied knots, securing each intersection firmly. They planned to create a safe spot above the gently flowing waters where they could attempt to teleport. Azrek had known beings could teleport since he'd emerged from the brazier. All the secrets of the multiverse were accessible to the phoenixes of Polymnia. The silver-skinned beauty, who shimmered with a lilac hue, sat alone on a large rock downstream from the crumbling fort, dangling her feet gracefully into the cool water. She was probably the prettiest and most mystical woman Azrek had ever seen, with her slender limbs. He noticed Quentin climb onto the rock beside her. The man was a warrior, but he was quiet about it, not arrogant. His expression was gentle as he quietly asked her something. Enya's quiet laughter tinkled like delicate bells. Quentin smiled in response, genuine and bright. Azrek felt a powerful emotion emanating from the psychic Jennefgar. She was watching them from the shore, jealousy burning so hotly in her chest that he could see the flaming red and shadowy black of her aura. She waded deeper into the river and focused on the current gliding over her skin. Shah Shovu drifted over to her side. Azrek focused his echolocation center, fine-tuning it to catch the subtle vibrations of the owl woman's words.
You're torturing yourself,
Shah proclaimed.
Maybe.
Jennefgar glanced at the lovers on the rock.
But how do you stop wanting something you can't have?
You find something else to focus on.
Shah Shovu floated onto her back, her brown-eyed gaze fixed on the sky.
There's plenty in life worth cherishing besides love.
Azrek felt a hollow ache at those words. The Phoenix Lords had wrenched a vital part of his being away. They had stripped love from his and his comrades' reconfigured souls, pieced together from fragments of others, leaving them bereft and yearning for something they could scarcely remember.
I lost Zovakar.
Jennefgar told her.
Others lost their entire families. How do we even feel we can continue?
Because we're bringing them back.
Shah said.
We're bringing them all back.
Azrek clenched his beak. That was his desire too. Jennefgar seemed to consider her friend's advice as she watched Zila and the Bubo King continue their careful construction, and Azrek followed her gaze. The purposeful way Zila moved, so focused and calm, was a welcome distraction from his betrayal.
By evening, thick clouds crowded the sky, turning the sunset deep purple and orange. The wind shifted, carrying the metallic scent of rain. Jennefgar sat alone near the fort's old entrance, lost in thought as the first droplets plopped on her head and petite body. They splashed on the dry ground, bringing with them the promise of change. Footsteps approached, startling her. Quentin stood there, rain clinging to his dark hair.
It's starting.
He glanced at the darkening sky. Yes, Jennefgar whispered, heart hammering. He hesitated, as if unsure of his next words. Then softly, almost shyly, he added,
I want to thank you, Jennefgar. You've done so much to keep us together.
She stared up at him, words catching in her throat. I have? Quentin smiled warmly, his blue eyes pale yet friendly.
More than you know.
As he walked back inside, her heart fluttered. Rain fell harder, washing away her doubts. Maybe there was hope after all.
Zila stood near the riverbank, dry within the invisible orb shield she had activated around her. The usually orange sunset disappeared completely, plunging the jungle into darkness. Its canopy trembled under the monsoon. Zila's orb shield remote was light on her finger, with a small yellow citrine encased in yellow gold. She had prepared the hoverfish with orb shield rings after her discussion with Thrix and before the catastrophe in the scientists' underground colony. Chairman Vrokala rubbed a thumb over the green jade on his ring. Jennefgar and Azrek stood near him, raindrops bouncing violently off their shields. Maria stood confidently, with feet anchored wide apart and hands on hips. She puffed out her chest and stared at the river.
If I knew we had these, I wouldn't have stripped naked before or rubbed that sticky salve all over my body. We have air conditioning and anti-insect protection integrated into our orb shields, guys.
Sorry, Zila said. The rings only came to mind once it started raining. I should have been more considerate.
It's okay,
Anna said.
Are we ready?
Azrek asked, his phoenix eyes shining. Anna stepped forward through the curtain of rain and shook her head, red curls bouncing.
We can't all shift right now. I'm sorry.
Maria's expression hardened.
Why not? Zila has enough orb shields for everyone and the platform's wide and sturdy. We tested it.
Zila shifted uncomfortably, glancing toward Quentin, who stood quietly to the side.
Skywater shifting isn't a game.
Anna explained patiently.
It requires absolute focus. One stray thought and you could get hurt. We must find Zila's mentor first.
Maria pressed her lips together stubbornly.
I've done infiltration my whole life, Anna. You need me for this.
Anna glanced at Quentin, clearly looking for backup. Quentin met her gaze apologetically.
She's right, Anna. We need her to witness what we see.
Anna's jaw tightened. Zila sensed mild irritation in the younger redhead, though she hid it well. Finally, Anna sighed.
Fine, but I'll control the shift for all of us, my intentions only.
Maria raised an eyebrow, but eventually nodded.
Fair enough.
Chairman Vrokala shrugged, though his feathers twitched with disappointment.
Next time, perhaps?
Anna smiled softly.
Next time, Chairman, but can you and Azrek stand guard?
The Eagleman and Phoenix exchanged a look, and both nodded.
Shah Shuvu and her dad are out hunting, so don't take too long or we'll eat all the meat.
He smirked. Zila hid a giggle. He may have once been an evil tyrant, but Vrokala was growing on her. Zila, Anna, Maria, and Quentin lay on their backs on the makeshift bridge. Anna taught Zila and Maria the special breathing sequence and led them into a guided relaxation before relaxing herself. Zila thought she'd make the perfect yoga teacher. Anna's voice resonated gently around them.
Turn me and my friends into ghosts and teleport us directly to Zila's mentor.
The monsoon cascaded endlessly off the orb shields. Her body tingled, feeling weightless, like vapor drawn through invisible tunnels. Then silence enveloped her completely. Zila opened her eyes and gasped. They floated together, ghost-like and translucent, in the vast heart of an extraordinary underground colony, bathed in infrared. Enormous platforms spiraled around an immense central void, each tier filled with black-leafed ecological habitats. The people who lived there were a mix of black and white Baranese, and a mix of Hukyo Shogun natives who were the same two ethnicities as the brown-skinned Maria and her late albino boyfriend, Falcon, who had tiny yellow eyes under suction lenses. Those yellow-eyed folk didn't need suction lenses under the light of infrared glow balls. Quentin's voice sounded shocked when he said,
Anna, this isn't right. I can see you. We're not supposed to see each other.
It's okay, Quentin. I learned new techniques before Darwin closed the portal.
Maria's translucent form shifted eagerly beside Zila, eyes wide with wonder and excitement.
I've been here before, you guys.
Was that when you fought in the war?
Quentin asked.
Yes, when I was a child, Marine. I was rescued and brought down here. I made such good friends here, and I'm so sad I lost contact with them. They sent us back to Zars in their dark matter hall spaceship. They have a pyramid spaceship identical to the one underground on Polymnia.
Zila winched around to stare at Maria. You were a child soldier.
Yep.
Maria pulled a long face. Are you sure there was a pyramid-shaped spaceship here too? Maria nodded.
I'm positive.
And it's definitely the same underground colony? I mean, there could be others.
I recognize the layout, and there's another colony here too. It's deeper in the mountain chain. That's where the spaceship was stored, and that's where the Morabina live.
You mean Noctara?
Quentin asked. Maria shrugged.
Moravina Noctara, it's the same thing, isn't it?
Black plant people.
Anna said.
Never forget the green ones.
The Verdan?
Maria asked.
What about them?
The Bara 2 chairman and Kala's grandmother used them in the alien invasion of Voria 200 years in the future. But Darwin changed time, so it will never happen.
Zila's voice shook in disbelief. The Satsang Sky people worked with the chairman to invade Voria?
Yeah,
Anna said.
But those Verdan were brainwashed soldiers trained to kill the natives.
I'm still kind of pissed Chairman Vrokala is part of our team.
Quentin scowled.
All the destruction and cruelty under his name.
Anna tilted her head.
I don't understand why the Moravina were hidden here even before the nuclear bombs hit Hukayo Shugon.
I know, right?
Maria said.
I thought the Bara 2 scientists designed the Moravina specifically to clean up that radiation on Hukyo Shogun after the war.
Anna drifted closer to a Bara 2 woman dressed in loose cotton clothes who was picking out weeds from a vegetable patch.
Is that your mentor?
Yes, Professor Vela, Zayla said. She looks so young. She's just a teen.
We're lucky she was alive 60 years ago.
Quentin said.
She was an elderly mentor.
Zila nodded. But how could Professor Vela have traveled from Hukyo Shogun to Polymnia? Could she have used the dark matter hall spaceship, or perhaps an earlier form of the transluminal neuroimprint cascade?
Was it around then?
Quentin asked Zila. Zila shook her translucent head, astonished by the thought. I believed consciousness transfer technology was experimental, but maybe they had advanced it far beyond my knowledge.
Let's take a tour,
Maria said.
Good idea.
Anna agreed. They floated around the different levels and realized each one grew different crops and had different habitats, with different temperatures and moisture content in the air and soil types. Maria peered downward into the central void, where tiered habitats and glowing gardens spiraled deeper underground.
It's funny how there are black Barneys here, too. The environmental revolution on Bara 1 originally separated the black Barneys from the white Barneys. Chairman Vrokala's grandfather forced the white Barneys to flee to the water world we now call Bara 2.
You shouldn't call it that anymore, though.
Quentin remarked.
It's back to being called Asuvi.
Zila's curiosity swelled, even though she had been taught well about her ancestors and even knew secrets about the underground colonies that Abaranese in the Bara system wouldn't know. This place is incredible. I love how they live at one with nature. In my colony on Polymnia, only a select few farmed the vertical farms. It's much nicer here than my colony. They passed vibrant cafes brimming with quiet conversations, their tables spilling into lush terraces of red and black-leafed plants. Soft laughter echoed, combining with gentle music and the fragrant aromas of exotic teas. When they returned to Vela, she had stopped weeding and was reclining gracefully on a deck chair surrounded by lush vegetation in a more temperate habitat. She exhaled fragrant smoke from an intricately carved pipe. Her calm demeanor and gentle smile sparked an aching nostalgia within Zila. Around her mentor sat a diverse group, all relaxed, deep in thoughtful, warm conversation, sharing stories as though time held no urgency. Zila's ribs squeezed tight. It was so different here compared to the underground colonies where she had lived, both as a research student and as a professor. She looks happy. Anna placed a translucent, comforting hand on Zila's shoulder, thoughts radiating reassurance.
We've found her. We know exactly where to return.
Maria observed the mentor thoughtfully.
She's clearly highly valued and protected. Getting to her won't be simple.
Zila nodded slowly, determinedly, imprinting every detail into her memory. Reluctantly, Zila glanced around one last time, storing away every vibrant image and peaceful sound before the colony blurred around them, swiftly drawing them back through ghostly pathways toward their physical forms waiting beneath the rainy skies of Polymnia.
Chapter 5. Bound and Forgotten.
Anna opened her eyes slowly, blinking away the lingering golden threads of sky water shifting. Damp earth and the rich fragrance of wet foliage grounded her back in reality. She flexed her fingers, breathing deeply as the familiar sensation of solid ground returned beneath her feet. The sun was already rising, proving that time meant nothing when sky water shifting, for the sun had only recently set when they had begun their teleportation. The rain had stopped, leaving shimmering beads of moisture clinging to broad green leaves around her. She could still taste the coolness of the river air, fresh and soothing in her throat. Zila, Maria and Quentin stood close by, their expressions thoughtful as they processed the extraordinary visions they'd shared in Hukyo Shagon. Brakala stepped forward, his jade orb shield glinting softly in the dim morning sunlight filtering through the jungle canopy. His eagle feathers bristled slightly as he asked eagerly,
Well, did you find Zila's mentor?
Anna nodded, feeling the last traces of the journey fading. We did. The colony is huge, much more advanced than Polymnia is. So many levels with different ecosystems, all black and red-leaved plants though, of course. There's infrared light for the albino natives, the Voots. Zila's mentor is there, safe and comfortable. She seemed chilled out. Zila nodded.
She is surrounded by other scientists. It looks peaceful.
Anna sensed movement behind her. She pivoted around as the Bubo King strode quickly toward them, his feathers fluffed with indignation. Shah Shuvu, Anna's dear friend, trailed behind him, her expression resigned.
You went without consulting me?
He demanded, irritation sparking in his amber eyes.
You know Shah Shuvu and I have skywater shifted countless times. Through entire centuries for Star's sake, we could have guided you.
Anna held his gaze steadily. We needed the smallest possible group. More minds could have complicated the shift, especially since Maria and Zila were new to this. We couldn't risk mistakes.
With you controlling everyone's intentions, there wouldn't have been mistakes,
He retorted sharply.
You could have trusted us.
Anna felt tension build in her shoulders, but before she could respond, Quentin said,
Bubo King, Your Majesty, we're all still learning to work together. Next time, you and Shar Shovu should join, but right now, we need to consider our next move.
The Bubo King exhaled slowly, feathers settling as he considered Quentin's words.
Very well, but don't underestimate our skills again.
He turned away, irritation fading into thoughtful contemplation. Maria folded her arms, her stance confident as the river breeze gently fluttered her tight curls, which were escaping her braids more and more each day.
And Azila Quentin, I should talk to Zila's mentor first. I've been to that colony before. As a child cyborg Marine, right, after Premier Drastic nuked the continent. Those people saved my life. I know the layout.
Anna felt a brief pang of anxiety twist through her chest. Maria's certainty, while justified, edged dangerously close to usurping Anna's leadership in skywater shifting. Maria's infiltration skills were undeniable, yet the intricacies of shifting relied heavily on trust and subtle intentions, Anna's specialties. Still, she held her silence, smoothing the irritation away behind a calm exterior.
Maria's right.
Quentin said quietly.
Her familiarity with the place will make all the difference.
Anna nodded, pressing her lips together briefly. Quentin was only being pragmatic, but Anna felt a sting nonetheless. She turned her attention to Maria. All right, she conceded. Then the four of us will infiltrate again to talk to Professor Vela. The rest of you should remain as backup. Azrek, who had been lingering by the riverbank, finally spoke up.
My magic could be crucial for protection.
Not yet.
Maria said, cutting him off sharply.
Trust takes time, Azrek.
Anna saw the flash of disappointment cross Azrek's avian features, feathers drooping slightly, and felt a surge of sympathy. Gently, she added, Azrek, your abilities will definitely be vital soon. Stay prepared. Azrek nodded once, quietly accepting her reassurance, though his eyes remained shadowed with doubt. As the group began walking back toward the incline leading to the ancient fort, Jennefgar lingered behind, her gaze fixed upon Quentin. Anna glanced at her discreetly, noticing sadness and discomfort. Quentin, sensing Jennefgar's quiet distress, slowed his steps to speak to her.
Everything all right, Jennefgar?
She forced a bright smile, quick but unconvincing.
I'm fine. It makes sense to keep the group small.
Anna watched the interaction thoughtfully, sensing an undercurrent of unspoken feelings between them. Quentin didn't seem entirely convinced, his brow furrowing slightly, but he let the matter drop, allowing Jennefgar space as she strode ahead to join Sha Shu-Vu. The Bubo King paced restlessly up the rocky path toward the ruin, his talons crunching on gravel and damp leaves.
When will you shift again? If monsoon season has truly begun, we shouldn't have long to wait.
Anna glanced upward at the patchy sky through the thickening canopy. As soon as we've confirmed Professor Vela will help us, we'll come back and plan a larger shift. One you and Sha Shu-Vu will lead.
So not the next one?
No, but the one after, I promise. The Bubo King relaxed visibly at her promise, his irritation fading as he quickened his steps, eager now to return and prepare. Sha Shu-Vu exchanged an approving glance with Anna, clearly relieved the tension was dissipating. The rising sun bathed the fort's sturdy stone walls in warmth when they arrived. The smell of smoke from last night's fire lingered, comforting and welcoming. Rokala immediately began gathering branches and dried leaves, readying the fire for another meal, his feathers shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Maria and Azrek quietly discussed defensive strategies near the sanctuary's entrance, the tension between them easing slowly into mutual respect. Jennefgar busied herself gathering wild fruit, pointedly avoiding Quentin, who had drifted toward Enya. Anna observed quietly as Enya smiled shyly at something Quentin said, her pale purple skin shimmering silver in the gentle morning light. Anna sensed an awkward, fragile affection between them, innocent and yet complex. Turning her gaze toward the sanctuary's entrance, Anna watched Maria once again giving orders to Azrek, her confidence clear even from a distance. She felt too hot and rocked in place. Anna's role had always required careful balancing, guiding others subtly, ensuring they acted cohesively, and controlling the delicate web of intentions behind each shift. But with Maria now actively stepping into a leadership position, after only Skywater shifting one time in her life, Anna felt her role becoming less significant. Trust was fragile and easily broken, especially among those burdened by loss and trauma. She would have to keep a closer eye on each member of the group and gently guide and mediate when necessary, knowing their mission's success hinged on their unity. Her mouth watered as the Bubo King set a stick loaded with skinned rabbits, birds, and fish over the flames, and her stomach growled with hunger. As morning light warmed the ancient stone, a hot wind stirred through the sanctuary. Anna closed her eyes briefly, reaching out mentally, a gentle plea for guidance sent across time toward Cosmic Spider. Her old friend's calm presence was far away, but the mere thought of him steadied her. Her hands moistened when she remembered his words confessing his love. She felt a strong awareness of her own heartbeat. Laughter, barks and whistles echoed softly from Vrokela and Bubo King near the new fire. Anna moved to join the others by the fire, determined to foster trust among them, silently hoping that the monsoon season would grant them the opportunity to shift again soon, and then the third time together.
Maria wanted to jump for joy when monsoon rains hammered down. The Bubo King and Sha Shu-Vu's upset over their exclusion from the Skywater shift led Anna to allow them to take part, while Vrokala, Enya, Azrek, and Jennefgar volunteered to keep watch. Anna stood in the sanctuary's central hall, the orb shield humming around her, casting rain aside in glittering sheets. Despite the protection, moisture thickened the air and clung to her skin, making it difficult to breathe. Anna stepped into the center of their small group, turquoise eyes serious beneath her halo of red curls.
This time we shift together. But remember, I need to control our intentions clearly. Stay calm and follow my thoughts.
Maria nodded slowly, biting back her instinctive discomfort. The Liranese Secret Service and the Zarzi military had trained her to lead missions and control every detail. Trusting Anna's intentions rather than her own precise tactical instincts, felt like stepping off a ledge without seeing the drop. Urkala rubbed at his jaw, pacing restlessly.
Are you sure it's wise to leave me behind?
You'll be safer guarding the sanctuary with Enya and Jennefgar.
Anna replied gently.
We can't risk everyone. The fewer shifting, the safer it will be.
I understand.
Urkala sighed, ruffling his feathers slightly. The Bubo King, arms crossed, gave Anna an indignant look.
Last time you went without me or my daughter. You forget we've done this before. We could have helped.
I'm sorry,
Anna said, though Maria saw tension in her eyes.
I thought fewer shifters would be simpler, especially when teaching newcomers.
Sharshovu touched her father's shoulder gently.
We're joining them now.
Very well.
The Bubo King muttered, clearly still irritated. Maria glanced at Quentin, who stood beside Enya. They exchanged whispers, Quentin's expression softening briefly. Maria felt a pang of curiosity, then irritation at herself. It wasn't the time for distractions. Anna raised her orb shield ring, citron shimmering even through darkness.
Ready?
Maria straightened, nodding. Zila, Quentin, Sharshuvu, and the Bubo King mirrored the gesture. Then let's go down to the river. Maria blinked, orienting herself instantly to the soft red glow. Hukyo Shigon's underground colony. The place where she'd been taken to as a frightened child soldier after escaping her father's mansion. Of course, she'd had those memories about her father wiped, but she'd heard Major Donkora's scientists discussing it when she had spied on them in stealth after they'd believed he'd unknowingly vaporized his own daughter. Apparently, he had loved her. Apparently, he had wanted to protect her, and now she had to kill him to stop him from repeating the evils he had done. But first, they needed to assure there was someone who could give them back their memories, and that was why they had sought Professor Vela. Maria took in a shaky breath as she scanned the tiered habitat spiraling upward, lush vegetation thriving beneath artificial infrared suns. She smelled coffee, heard laughter drifting from cafes, and saw people mingling together. Zila pointed excitedly toward a temperate ring of plants and wooden decking.
Serenine Vela is there.
They moved swiftly, unseen ghosts drifting through residents who chatted unaware. Professor Vela Serenade reclined comfortably on a deck chair again, beneath broad-leaved oak. She smoked that long pipe again, too. Steam rose lazily from a mug of green tea beside her as she shared quiet laughter among colleagues. This must have been the place she liked to hang out after doing whatever job she did. Anna took a deep breath.
I'm going to make us partially visible and audible only to her. Be ready.
Are you sure, Anna?
Quentin asked.
We never did that before.
I didn't either.
The Bubo King said.
I didn't think that was possible.
Me neither.
Sharshuwu agreed as she dry wrung her hands.
It's something I learned just before Darwin helped Crowleen to hide the time keys and close the Euphorian Alliance's portals. I find it freaks people out less than occupying their minds.
Okay,
The Bubo King said.
if you're sure.
The instant Anna shifted her intention, Professor Vela's face twisted into a typical Baronese frown where the nose dissected into two, twisting into opposite directions. Her relaxed smile vanished, replaced by confusion and alarm.
By the stars. What's happening?
Luckily, her colleagues didn't notice, but that didn't stop Maria's body tensing up back at the river. Her consciousness briefly returned to her hot and sweaty body, and the monsoon crashed around her. But she adopted the breathing technique Anna had taught her, forced herself to relax, and returned not through her own intention, but Anna's.
Professor Serenine,
Zila floated forward, her voice trembled.
your friends cannot see us. Please don't draw attention. You can talk in your mind.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Zila replied telepathically, for all to hear.
my name is Professor Zila. I know you don't recognize me. Because technically, I haven't been born yet.
Vela stood up quickly, almost knocking over her tea, her elegant features twisted with disbelief.
What kind of trick is this?
Her colleagues glanced up briefly, but she returned their look with a small smile before turning away. She crossed the terrace briskly, hands clasped behind her back, and paused at the railing, gazing across the vast chamber to the habitats beyond. Maria tried to keep her rising tension at bay so she wouldn't return to the river again.
It's not a trick.
Zila said softly.
I promise. You will be, my mentor on planet Polemnia. You raised me as a scientist. You guided all of my research, taught me everything I know.
Polemnia?
Baylor's gaze bounced anxiously between her nearby colleagues, who remained oblivious, still laughing quietly amongst themselves.
I've never set foot there. Why would I ever go to Polemnia?
Zila's breath caught.
All my life, I assumed you had been born in the secretive underground labs of Polemnia like me. I assumed you were also grown in an artificial womb, never knowing life outside our underground labs. Now, suddenly, I'm learning my mentor had a different history, an identity you'd never shared. Why did you hide this from me?
Baylor's eyes softened, registering Zila's emotional turmoil.
Artificial womb? Hidden away? No. I was born here, among these people. Are you telling me you're from the future?
Yes,
Anna floated to join her on the terrace.
Why do you seek me out?
because we need to change time. There's been an interstellar Armageddon.
How? When?
60 Zaz years in the future. A virus.
Should we tell her he's going to become a Hakyoshega major?
Quentin asked privately in their minds.
Do we tell her about the war here?
Not yet.
Anna said to him and the other shifters secretly. Anna turned her attention back to the young Vela.
On the day you'll travel to Polemnia to continue your research, hiding yourself away. There you'll raise Zila, train her, and pass on vital knowledge.
Vela slowly shook her head, clearly overwhelmed.
A virus? Donkora? Those names mean nothing to me. Why Polemnia, of all places?
Maria spoke gently. We don't know exactly how you got there. You might have used a dark matter hall ship or perhaps some other secretive means. We were actually hoping you'd know. Vela motioned gently toward the diverse group around them.
I did not know I would one day leave them. I certainly never imagined myself raising someone in secret, beneath the surface of Polemnia.
Zila said,
Please trust us, Serenine. I still trust you. Always have. We need your help. We need to talk more.
Vela thoughtfully skimmed the faces of Zila, Anna, Quentin, Maria, the Bubo King, and Shar Shuvu. She did the hybrids a double take and drew in a slow breath. Then she nodded.
Very well. Sit with me. Tell me everything you can. If this future is to be mine, then I must understand it.
Chapter 6. Serenine.
Serenine's fingers trembled around the ornate wooden pipe as she studied her strange visitors once more. The owl was the biggest owl she had ever seen, but it had the arms and hands of a man, as well as wings and talons. The girl beside him was easier on the eye. Her face was like a leaf rose. She didn't have a beak or owl eyes the size of glow balls. She also had human legs and feet, and arms and hands, although speckled down covered her slim torso. They were all translucent to her, yet apparently invisible to everyone else. Invisible, intangible, yet undeniably real. She exhaled a breath of smoke, letting the fragrant vapor drift into the temperate air of the lounge garden, but the pipe did nothing to calm the rapid beat of her heart. She glanced nervously toward her fellow scientists. None of them had even looked her way. Relief trickled through her, but the anxiety remained. I think perhaps we should discuss this elsewhere. There was a handsome human man with them. He had dark brown hair, blue eyes, and beige skin. His weary face seemed the most sympathetic. He nodded quickly.
Of course, lead the way.
Serenine adjusted the folds of her white linen tunic as she returned to her colleagues and said, I'm heading home. Long day tomorrow. They waved absently, lost in their own conversations, oblivious to the extraordinary circumstance unfolding in front of her eyes. She led the ghostly beings to the central elevator. The transparent barraglass tube whisked them upwards smoothly, gliding past ecosystems suspended in rings. When the elevator doors opened, heat washed over her skin. She stepped out onto sandy ground under the artificial red sun. The red and bacchate cacti, tall and knotted, cast long shadows across the arid landscape. Serenine quickly led her intangible guests down the dusty pathway winding toward her clay dome house, careful to nod politely at neighbors tending their small desert gardens. To them, she was alone, just Serenine Vela walking home. But there was a drumming in her chest, her mind alive with possibilities. Her home was a modest, rounded clay dome connected by low, smooth arches. Inside, the air cooled slightly. Ornamental rugs covered the packed dirt floor. and cushions were scattered around a central low table. Simple, comfortable, and private. Only once the thick door sealed did Serenine blow out a tense breath, finally allowing her awe and curiosity to surface. How is this possible? Her voice trembled as she studied their translucent forms, shimmering like reflections in water. You're not truly here, yet you're clearly conscious. Talking, thinking.
I think it's better if we continue to speak together telepathically,
The woman with red curls said, although her lips did not move. Of course. Sorry?
Anna, my name's Anna.
The pale woman with red curls gestured at each friend in turn.
This is Zila Maria Quentin Sharshovu, and Sharshovu's father, the Bubo King.
King? Serenine asked.
Only in a spiritual sense.
He said.
It's a title that's been passed down, and I would like to remind everyone that my late son Shanis was the true Bubo King until recently. He took the role.
So what do we call you?
Anna asked him.
Still the Bubo King.
Sharshovu said.
Or kings keep their titles until they die.
You didn't keep your title as Bubo Queen.
The owl said to his daughter.
I stepped down and passed it to Shanis with the chief's permission. Ha! That's different.
Sharshovu said, with a frown creasing the space between her pale eyebrows. How did you even get here? Serenine asked, brushing past the family tension to focus on the bigger question. Anna smiled reassuringly, gently bowing her head.
We call it skywater shifting. Rain and intention allow us to project our consciousness anywhere we desire. We've travelled across space and even through time to reach you.
Vela's pulse quickened. Time?
Yes.
Quentin confirmed.
We came from 60 years in your future, Professor. We've returned here because you're the only one who can help us.
She blushed. I'm not a professor. I'm just a student.
You will become a professor, though, in the future,
Zila said. 1,000 questions crowded Serenine's mind. Why me? Why travel through time for me?
We'll need your help. 20 years from now.
Anna said.
We're going to travel into the future, but doing that will wipe our memories. Someone will need to wait for us, find us and guide us to a lab where our memory chips can be re-implanted. And if any of us don't have cybernetic enhancements, we may need to be cloned instead.
Vela sank onto a cushion, suddenly dizzy. But consciousness transferal. Memory chips. I've only begun research on those recently. Surely the tech isn't perfected. Maria rubbed her nose and mouth.
It is in our time, but imperfectly controlled. Someone in your colony must have used the underground pyramid ship to transport scientists across interstellar space, including you. Perhaps they used early experiments with consciousness transfer, or perhaps physical travel. We don't yet know.
You know about the ship? Serenine asked.
Yes,
Maria said. Silence stretched as Serenine absorbed the incredible implications. She noticed Quentin exchanging a look with Maria, Anna shifting anxiously. I believe you, Serenine finally said, throat dry. But do you have proof? Can you show me something that tells me this isn't just a vivid hallucination from my pipeweed? Anna smiled, raising her hands.
Of course.
She glanced at Quentin, who nodded. The air shimmered. A ripple danced through Serenine's living room, and right before her astonished eyes, a delicate golden bird materialized, wings beating silently as it floated in front of her face. Oh my! She reached out. Her fingers passed through the bird as though through mist. Then Anna conjured flames that hovered harmlessly in the air, and delicate floating symbols, chemical equations Serenine had studied only days ago. How is this possible? Serenine murmured.
Intention,
Anna answered calmly.
Skywater shifting is driven by intention, pure mental power. That's why we travelled 60 years back to find you. Only you can understand the implications of what we're attempting.
So you want to kill the man who created a virus? Serenine asked, dread and excitement equally sharp in her chest.
Yes.
Quentin explained grimly.
Major Donkora. He creates a pandemic that devastates entire star systems, including yours, 60 years from now. But traveling directly to our own timeline causes memory loss. The traveler forgets their purpose, their identity. That's why we've come here. Why we need you. Only your research can help us preserve those memories, even after traveling into our own timelines.
Serenine's breath quickened. The pieces fell into place, with frightening clarity. You mean one of you plans to sacrifice your identity, your entire life, to complete this mission? Anna nodded, eyes solemn.
It's unavoidable.
Serenine Vela stared at Zila, who returned her Baranese gaze with quiet determination. Pride welled within her heart, surprising her with its warmth. Even though Zila was technically a stranger, Vela felt an immediate, fierce protectiveness toward the older woman who called herself her student. I understand now why you've come, Serenine finally whispered. I'll help you. Tell me everything you need. I'll share all I have. But as she rose to retrieve her research logs, one question continued to haunt her. If all they said was true, what else was waiting hidden beneath the surface of her life?
Quentin stood near the domed window of Professor Vela's home, gazing at the sprawling desert landscape lit in shades of crimson and black. The cacti cast eerie shadows under the artificial red sun, sharp as blades against the baked clay. A tightness gripped his chest. He ran a hand through his hair, glancing uneasily at Professor Vela, who was now rummaging through her shelves, pulling out thick tomes and thin data slates, eager to share her research. They'd come for her help, and she had readily agreed, yet he couldn't shake the paranoia that twisted through his mind like a thorned vine. Should we tell her about the war? He asked telepathically again, directing the thought cautiously toward Anna and the others. Anna's immediate reply filled his mind.
Absolutely not. I already told you that. She's already overwhelmed. Telling her about the nuclear war would terrify her. And it could change time, too.
Maria added firmly.
Anna's right. She doesn't need to carry that burden. She's already doing enough.
Quentin released a tense breath, nodding slightly to himself. He understood their reasoning, but the paranoia wouldn't dissipate. It crept along the edges of his consciousness, whispering doubt and mistrust. What if they simply assassinated Major Donkora now? It would be easier. And so what if it stopped the war on Hukyo Shogun and changed the entire political situation of the Euphorian Alliance? Maybe everything would turn out better.
Quentin?
Zila's gentle voice echoed softly in his mind, drawing his attention.
Are you okay?
He hesitated, then turned toward her ghostly form. Zila's gigantic black eyes studied him, her expression strange. But, by Baronese standards, probably empathetic. I don't know, he admitted telepathically. What if hiding the truth puts her at greater risk? She'll live through that war after all. Anna cut back in sharply, sensing his growing doubt.
That's exactly why she shouldn't know now. Fear changes decisions. She has to continue exactly as she would have done, or she may never come to Polymnia, never meet Zila, and never become the scientist who can help us.
Quentin nodded again, more slowly this time, understanding her logic, yet the guilt gnawed persistently. Vela's kindness and trust magnified his discomfort. Here was a woman who'd welcomed invisible strangers from the future into her home, agreeing instantly to help despite her own confusion and fear. Withholding information from her felt wrong, no matter how justified it might be. Professor Vela called triumphantly, interrupting his troubled thoughts. She placed a thick data slate on the low table and activated its display, causing golden diagrams and complex equations to spring to life. Her eyes shone brightly, enthusiasm radiating despite her exhaustion.
This is all my preliminary research,
she began earnestly.
But the fundamentals should align closely with what you've described about preserving memories during temporal travel.
Quentin moved closer, fascinated despite himself. Vela's diagrams were precise, meticulous. Her theories hinted at a brilliance far beyond even Zila's proud descriptions. This was the same woman who had mentored Zila and shaped her brilliance. Yet here, in the past, she was vulnerable, innocent, unaware of the catastrophic future awaiting her planet. His fingers twitched restlessly, wondering at what point in time they would send her to Polymnia. Maybe they could figure that out, depending on what age Zila was when she first met Serenine Vela.
Can you replicate this?
Anna asked gently, carefully redirecting Quentin's attention.
With the technology currently available in your colony, could we safely transfer and preserve the memories?
Vela leaned back thoughtfully, her delicate brow furrowed in contemplation.
Yes, theoretically. It's complex, but not impossible. I'll need some time, of course, and resources, but I have connections.
Her gaze brightened.
If I hurry, I can try to assemble a prototype.
I can help her.
Zila said.
This was my thesis when I was your age, Serenine Vela. I've been working on improving the transluminal neuroimprint cascade technology and neural transfer pods for 30 years. I can teach you everything I know to speed up the process.
I'm uncertain whether my professors here would take me seriously. I'm only a student and not even a researcher yet.
There's definitely some Skywater mind control techniques.
Anna said.
Nothing nasty, but they could give you more power and freedom, Professor.
Vela blushed.
I'm not a professor.
She giggled.
Please stop calling me that.
It was the first time Quentin had ever seen a Baratu person blush before, and it was cute.
Then it's settled.
Maria affirmed firmly.
Zealy and Anna will return soon to follow up.
Professor Vela's excitement was obvious, and her energy was infectious. Quentin admired her determination, but the ache in his chest only deepened. He wished he could protect her from the coming storm, to shield her from tragedies he already knew were inevitable. Yet his hands were tied. Knowledge could be dangerous, even deadly. Chapter 7. Jennefgar. When Quentin and his friends woke from their teleportation, Azrek stalked over to the river's edge.
Did you get to speak to Zila's mentor?
We did. Quentin wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but his shoulders were so narrow he was worried he might hurt him. Thanks for watching over us, buddy. Anna glanced at Zila.
Let's head back to the hoverfish early. Shah said there's space in hers if we want to sleep over.
That sounds like fun.
Zila linked arms with Anna as they stomped up the great embankment under a sheet of stars.
Your hoverfish is that way, Quentin. You and Enya can have a bit of privacy.
Anna hollered. Quentin frowned and called back, "What?" Anna only laughed.
Ha ha ha! Enjoy your evening.
Quentin walked back with Maria, Shar, and Shar's dad. When he entered the hoverfish, someone had formed the bara glass into a bed, which filled most of the space, and a soft yellow glow ball levitated above it. To his surprise, both Enya and Jennefgar were sitting side by side, deep in conversation. Jennefgar was wearing her usual loincloth and hematite pendant, but Enya was completely naked. The hair rose on the nape of his neck, and he subconsciously thrust out his chest. "Hey!" They looked up at the same time.
Hey!
Enya said, patting the cushion beside her with a long and slender silvery lilac hand.
We were waiting for you.
The petite and brown-skinned Jennefgar looked at him with large, dark eyes, then glanced away, but she didn't move, and although he felt the strange desire to flee, he pasted on a smile. He didn't know what to expect. Enya glanced at Jennefgar, then looked at Quentin.
She told me what she feels. About you.
Jennefgar's voice came quiet.
I didn't mean to make things awkward, but I thought you should both know I'm very attracted to you, Quentin.
Quentin sat, his thoughts fuzzy. I don't know what to say. Enya cocked her head.
It's strange, isn't it? You've lost so much. And now you're here. And Renara, the saffrons. They're gone. We're not trying to replace them.
Yes, but,
Jennefgar added gently.
Maybe you don't have to be alone.
Enya rested her head lightly on Quentin's shoulder.
We could try something, together, if you feel safe with us.
Quentin swallowed, heart pounding. "I do," he lied. These women were gentle, but they scared the hell out of him. They sat together for a few breaths, everything unsaid drifting around them like fine mist. Enya's fingers brushed his. Jennefgar leaned in. She had such long lashes and generous lips. She was really pretty, and he hadn't noticed before, maybe because she was so quiet. She looked like she wanted to kiss him, so he stroked the back of her thick, black ponytail and kissed her softly and for a long time. There were no tongues. It was a gentle kiss, which made his nerve endings tingle and his hair stand on end. He almost felt as if he was a teenager again. She was so painfully shy. That, combined with all his trauma and loss, made him feel shy and inexperienced as well. Quentin's hand lingered on Jennefgar's cheek, and his thumb brushed gently over her smooth brown skin. A slight tremble shook her. Her big, dark eyes searched his. "You're beautiful," he whispered, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile moment. Jennefgar's lips parted in a soft exhale. Her breath was warm against his palm.
I've never done this before,
she confessed. Quentin's heart swelled with protectiveness. Are you sure you want to? I have Enya and other women back in the future. I'm not a one-woman man anymore. It might not be for you.
I don't care. I want to join your harem.
Harem? He chuckled. I'd never thought about having a harem, but I guess since you put it like that.
Take my virginity.
She pecked him quickly on the cheek and pulled back fast. He swallowed and held one of her tiny hands between his. We'll go slow as you need. Chapter 8. A Question of Memory.
Zila sat cross-legged on the flat roof of the old fortress, staring at the shiny green leaves of the jungle canopy below. The different shades of greens, different shapes, and different textures were easy on her eyes because she wore light-reducing bionic eye shields. She was glad her eyes had built-in cybernetic shielding. Without it, the harsh white sun would have scorched her vision. Her orb shield's UV blocker protected her albino skin. She was grateful she'd brought the tech through with the hoverfish. 1 week had passed since they'd skywater shifted as a group to Hukyo Shugun, and every day since it had rained, and she had visited Serenine Vela on her own. Their others still skywater shifted to find food and materials for making their fort more comfortable. Some went teleporting to other worlds to observe things, learning about other cultures back then. Each time Zila visited Hidden City, Serenine greeted her with fresh questions and cautious warmth. She absorbed the future like the sun through leaves. Zila had shown her everything she could remember. The shapes of machines, the schematics drawn from dreams, the logic gates she had internalized across a lifetime of research. But it wasn't enough. The senior scientists in Serenine's colony, clever, proud, and entirely isolated, hadn't cracked consciousness transfer. They had their dark matter hall spaceship, and the 5 sisters who ruled the colony were the daughters of Bara One's best scientists, the Circle of Stars, but it was nothing compared to Bara One's science 60 years later. They had great theories and primitive prototypes. None of them had studied consciousness beyond its biological vessel. Zila needed Serenine to understand more. But she was decades too early. Too slow, too late. It would just be so much easier if she could hand her the files. Even better if she could give her the apparatus. Light footsteps approached from behind. She didn't turn. She already knew it was Anna by the way she breathed through her nose. Always steady. Always measured. She must have finished doing yoga.
You still up here?
Anna settled beside her, lowering into a cross-legged position in one fluid motion with no strain.
You didn't eat breakfast.
I'm not hungry.
You've been quiet for days.
Zila shrugged. I've been thinking. Anna waited, giving space the way only Anna could. No prodding, just patience. I don't think Serenine can do it, Zila said finally, not without the files. Anna's hands folded tighter in her lap.
You still think they exist?
I know they exist, Zila said. They're stored underground. They're back in Polymnia's future. If we fetch them...
You want to go back through the time portal?
Anna stated. Her tone was not one of surprise. Yes. Anna took a slow breath.
Zila, the virus could still be active.
Then I'll wear a hazmat suit and stay in the hoverfish.
Do you have any?
Each hoverfish has 2. I was planning to pass them around after we left the colony, but then Cosmic Spider offered to protect the hoverfish directly, and there weren't enough suits for everyone anyway, so I didn't bring it up. Plus, if a suit gets damaged or contaminated, it's nearly useless after that.
Fair enough.
We could have what we need to help Serenine. Anna stood and brushed her hands on her trousers.
We'll talk about it with the others tonight. A few of them have gone hiking to some hot springs, and the Bubo King and Azrek have gone hunting with Maria.
That night they gathered in the central hall of the old fortress. The storm outside had passed, but wind still rustled the leaves. A single fire glowed in the middle, flames lapping at dry wood. Everyone sat in a circle. Quentin, Anna, Maria, Shar Shovu, the Bubo King, Jennefgar, Inya, Vrukala, and Azrek. Quentin was sandwiched between Enya and Jennefgar, and Zila felt something must have passed between the three of them, for they were much closer. Zila stood. I've been meeting with Serenine every day. I've reviewed all her lab's research. It's good, brilliant in places. But she's not there yet. She can't finish the transluminal neuroimprint cascade without files from the future we left. Azrek leaned forward.
So what do you propose?
I go back to my home in the crest of Polymnia, Zila said.
The colony the Royal Guard sought to destroy?
The Phoenix asked. Yes, back to the future. Back home, where I lived and worked after.
You were exiled from the United Wheel's most classified scientific projects?
Azrek squatted on his haunches and twisted away to preen some feathers. How do you know that? She asked, shocked.
We have the second sight when we look into the fire of the celestial brazier.
Azrek said.
Yet for some reason you could never find Zila's underground colony.
Anna added slyly.
This is true.
Azrek admitted.
And I don't know why.
Well, I know the labs, Zila said. I know what to take. If I leave now, I can bring the files here and teach Serenine everything she needs.
Not by skywater shifting, you can't.
Quentin said in a deep voice.
Not unless you intended to use some kind of conjured spaceship to travel however many light years away Hukyo Shugon is from here.
How about through the pyramid's portal to Hukyo Shugon? She asked him.
Into the portal on top of Mount Alamazi?
Maria said.
Are you insane?
It sounds like a terrible idea.
Jennefgar said. Quentin shrugged.
We did it before. We S-agents sent hundreds of thousands of Baratu scientists through after we captured Chairman Vrokala and needed to save them from a virus which was spreading on Hukyo Shugon.
Bloody hell, I remember that like it was yesterday.
Anna said.
It was a nightmare. We had to contain them in those bubbles we conjured, remember?
Yes, and our robot friend, 3, helped us.
Anna giggled.
He was called 3333 in those days.
Until Darwin said it was a hassle calling him that and renamed him.
Quentin chuckled and scratched his jaw. Anna rubbed her forehead.
Entering the pyramid on Mount Alimazi would require a key.
I know where it is,
the Bubo King said.
Cosmic Spider left it in Crolene's old cavern in Hearthrum. I can fetch it.
You can't just fetch it and take it back.
Maria said.
Unless you intended to stay there. Once the portal opens and you go through, the key remains in the altar. It leaves the portal active and vulnerable. Anyone can come through.
I can make it invisible in the keyhole,
the owl said.
I've done it before.
The portal will remain open on Heaven's Island, though.
Maria sucked her teeth and stared into the flames. Not if I use the key to go to Hukyo Shugun, Zila said.
You're wrong. The portal will remain open between those worlds and times instead. Making the key invisible in the altar won't close the doorway. It's still a risk.
Anna said.
Only one way,
the Bubo King said.
From Polymnia to Hukyo Shugun. No one could enter the portal the other way around unless it was Zila using her return ticket.
What if someone else from Polymnia went through?
Maria asked.
I suspect everyone is dead on Polymnia now, including my son and wife. I could stay there, bury them both, and hide the key again. I don't have to come back. You've all made it clear you don't need my help.
No, Papa.
Shar Shuvu gripped his hand. He shrugged.
My wife and son are dead.
Shar Shuvu sniveled.
But I'm not. Your daughter isn't dead, Papa. You can't go back. Not now. Not with everything we left and everything we started.
The Bubo King said.
I'm sorry, my dear. I must go with Zila. I remember the numbers Cosmic Spider used in the Star Key's dial, and I know which glyph on the pyramid's altar is the one for that red sun world where Serenine lives.
I don't agree. I don't agree with any of this,
Maria said.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Give me a hoverfish, and I'll fly it to Crolene's, get the key, go to the colony, bury my dead family, get the files, fly back to Heaven's Island, and send Zila to Hukyo Shugon.
And if someone follows you through the portal on the way back?
Maria asked.
Everyone is dead.
What about the Royal Guard?
Azrek asked.
You killed them.
The Bubo King hooted.
There could be more.
You said they'd die. The portal is open to us because we have a return ticket. It will take us back, yet also forward enough to match the time we've been here. The return system has its own safety mechanism. It remembers. We won't lose our memories.
He stood, towering over everyone. Quentin, who had been quiet until now, stood abruptly and hollered, shaking his hands in the air.
Maybe it's time we stop dancing around this.
Everyone looked at him.
What if we skip all this? What if we stop worrying about memory loss and time loops and just change the future now?
Anna's freckled forehead crumpled.
We're 60 years back. What if we go after Donkora now? Kill him before he ever becomes a solar communalist major.
Silence. Maria stared at him. Her voice, when it came, was quiet.
There's something you all need to know.
What?
Quentin's tone was sharp.
We've been crawling through time for what? The hope we can maybe remember who we are after we've thrown everything away?
Maria shook her head.
If you kill Donkora now, I don't exist. He was my father.
The silence turned heavy.
I know you are his daughter.
Anna said.
Kala told me.
Quentin scrubbed a hand over his face.
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that.
You're telling me you knew as well?
Maria asked.
Anna told us all.
I knew it before we even met.
Azrek said.
I saw it in the celestial brazier.
Fuck.
Maria sprang to her feet. Her voice was steel.
I didn't know about it until later. His name was on my biochip. They wiped my memory, but I found the records. I was one of his many illegitimate children. A huge coincidence.
Sharshu stood and paced, feathers puffed.
We can't kill him before Maria is born. That changes everything.
We can't do anything, Zila said. Serenine won't finish the cascade in time. You'll all travel into the future and lose yourselves. Again, and again, and again.
There has to be another way.
Anna said.
We stay here, teach Serenine what we can, help her grow.
She's not even on this planet, Zila snapped. She's light years away. I've been running in circles for a week trying to teach someone who isn't ready, who doesn't even believe this is possible. She won't make it.
So what's your plan?
Maria asked.
Bust open the portal, let everyone see, invite the same chaos that almost destroyed the Euphorian Alliance.
We open it, we go in, we get the files, we close it, Zila said. Simple.
Nothing about this is simple.
Anna said. Quentin's voice came quietly.
Let her go.
Anna turned on him, eyes wide.
She's right. If she's willing and the Bubo King is with her, maybe this is our only shot.
Everyone spoke at once. Shouts and fragments filled the old stone hall. Warnings, doubts, questions. Maria paced in a tight line. Zila didn't wait for their answer. She turned and walked out into the humid night. The hoverfish lay quiet under the trees, mist rising from the ground. The Bubo King pressed his talon against the panel and opened the hatch.
Let's not waste any more time.
Sharshuvu flew into his arms and cried against her father's feathered chest. Zila climbed aboard. The doors closed behind them, and the roar of the argument faded into jungle quiet.
Chapter 9. The Flame and the Forgotten.
After Zayla and the Bubo King left to revisit the hell they'd once escaped, Azrek was left with his thoughts. He drifted into sleep on his bed of reeds beneath the fractured light of Polymnia's 3 moons. His body was weary from days of defiance, but his mind would not rest. It plunged instead into a dreamscape unlike any he had ever known. A realm where time unraveled like thread and fire danced between stars. He stood at the edge of an endless plain, the ground beneath him shimmering like molten gold. Above stretched the ether web, no longer hidden or distant, but vast and alive, pulsing with impossible colors. Its threads sparkled with fragments of stolen souls, each whispering the secrets of a life once lived. Their voices were faint but persistent.
You are not whole,
they murmured.
but neither are you bound.
Azrek reached out. His talons brushed a thread. It burned hot and wrapped around his arm. A surge of memory followed. Not his own, but those of others. Sages seeking forbidden truths, warriors who bled for forgotten causes, lovers torn apart by forces they couldn't fight. Then came a voice. Deep, resonant, woven into the very fabric of the realm.
Unbound one, you stand at the threshold.
Before him rose a towering flame, radiant and vast. Its hues shifted from white-hot brilliance to the dull shimmer of cooling embers. Within its depths, Azrek saw the destruction and renewal of worlds. Civilizations collapsed, stars died, new galaxies bloomed in their place. The flame spoke again, its voice both external and internal.
I am the eternal flame, the spark from which all things ignite. From my ashes, worlds are born. Through me, time flows. Yet, balance falters. A fracture spreads across the web, and what was woven begins to come undone.
Azrek stalked closer. A phoenix-shaped void, a shadow, was at the heart of the flame.
You carry pieces of many,
the flame said.
But you are more than fragments. You are the unbound phoenix. Only you can mend the tear. Only you can reignite the flame.
The ether web tightened around him. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in violet flame. The embodiment of Alvaroth. Power radiated from it, both beautiful and terrible, enough to raise Azrek's feathers on end.
To fulfill your purpose,
the figure said,
you must embrace the forbidden. Speak my name, and I will give you sight beyond sight. But every truth you uncover will cost you something. You will burn, piece by piece.
Azrek hesitated. The prophecy pressed down on him heavy as stone, but behind the weight was clarity. It had always led to this moment. He whispered the name. The world shuddered. The ether web burst in waves of light, and the eternal flame roared to a height beyond vision. For one instant, Azrek saw all of time exposed. Past, present, future reeled together, in a spiral of motion. He saw Zayla, holding a pyramid key beneath a red sky, her face wet with sweat and smoke, her steps watched by eyes too old to name. They wanted blood. They wanted the war to end. They wanted Donkora dead. He saw 4 children floating in open space with nothing beneath them. Their hands reached for each other. They built a star from nothing, birthed it from song and sorrow. And then they burned to death. One had pale brown skin and a wild halo of curls. One had lavender skin and straight black hair. 2 were darker, mirror children, twins or not. It didn't matter. All of them gone. He saw the Bubo King, older than before, wrapped in silence, hidden in a chamber behind flame. He watched Serenine, no longer young, no longer soft. She stood alone before the celestial brazier, her lips moving in a language Azrek didn't know. The flame answered her. Azrek's feathers bristled. He saw a mole-like figure, cloaked in bone, a 6th eye blinking slowly on its brow. In its hand, a crystal orb, and inside it, Quentin. He saw Quentin's other lives, a warrior on a frozen moon, a teacher surrounded by children, a father with no past, a spy with no name. Every version carried pieces of the same soul. None were whole. Not yet. Then, a dark swirl. A fractured corridor of time, a gate opening only once. Then, silence. When the vision passed, Azrek kneeled before the eternal flame.
Your trial begins,
said the flame.
Your trial begins,
said the flame.
You must wield fire not as weapon, but as bridge. The children will not save him. Their love burns too fast. Only you can reach the man with many women, when the crystal ball solidifies his sub-soul. You, the Bubo King's revelation, and the woman with the green star in her chest. Only the owl will know the way.
As the dream faded, a final whisper rode the wind.
Remember, unbound phoenix. Some doors require fire. Some are opened only by love that cannot be programmed. Choose the path that burns last.
Azrek jolted awake. The reeds beneath him crackled. The moons were still overhead, but something had changed. His feathers were damp, his breath shallow. He looked at his talons. They still tingled with ether-wet fire. He clenched and unclenched them. Quentin, children, a crystal ball. He didn't understand, but he knew the owl had gone forward, and Zila too. The flame had shown him something real, a future already stretching toward them, and when it came time, when the fracture split, he would have to choose where the fire went.
The silver hoverfish, a blur against the sun-dappled river, skimmed the water's surface, the gentle lapping of waves a soft counterpoint to the whirring of its engines. Following the river's twisting forks, it passed through reeds until the imposing dark silhouettes of the volcanic foothills loomed ahead, their rough, jagged edges stark against the pale sky. Zila sat up front, hands adjusting holographic controls. The Bubo King sat behind her, too large to sit comfortably, wings crunched close to his sides. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Hours of climbing past emerald jungles alive with the cacophony of unseen creatures and the scent of damp earth, and tiny villages clinging to hillsides. Finally, leaving the fading blush of sunrise behind, they rose through a heavy, cool blanket of clouds, emerging into a sky ablaze with the brilliant light of countless stars. When they arrived at the plateau, it was dawn, but there was still no sun to be seen, just cold stone villages which matched the miserable gray sky. They didn't need a key to enter the portal. This was their return journey, and the key didn't even need to be in its slot on the other side. They wouldn't lose their memories because they had left that time, and there were no duplicates of them. When they reached the other side of the ultraviolet light, the landscape was the same. Cold, damp gray and smelling of rotten eggs. They hovered slowly at first, observing the plateau below. There were some corpses of farmers scattered in the cabbage patches, with boils all over their decomposing skin. Dead adults and children lay in the narrow streets of the tiny villages which were dotted across the bare and flat landscape. Turquoise lakes still looked unnaturally bright, and sulfur pools still bubbled, unaware of the lack of human life. It must have been late afternoon when they'd first arrived back in the future, because by the time they returned to the lowlands and zoomed to the rocky coastline, Polymnia's 3 moons light turned the waves to metal. It took many hours to fly over the ocean, and by the time Harthram's landmass came into view, the sun was rising again over the expanse of desert, meadows, and forests. Zila slowed their descent towards Harthram's west coast and navigated toward the craggy hills near the vault site. "We'll fly straight to the vault's entrance and try to get in," she said. The Bubo King gave a low toot.
You think the virus is still active?
Most likely. The vault may be sealed, but we risk exposure to all the infected corpses inside. We'll wear hazmat suits.
Are there hazmat suits?
Yes. There were not enough for everyone, though, so when Cosmic Spider offered to help isolate the 3 hoverfish, I knew that would be the best option. They levitated over a broken path which led toward the vault. Cracked, moss-covered, overgrown in places, but familiar. Zila's silver jumpsuit shimmered as sunbeams penetrated the windows. The entrance was sealed just as they'd left it. The vault hadn't been breached. Zila and the Bubo King put on their hazmat suits before Zila exited the craft and tapped the access panel. A small hiss escaped the door as the airlock engaged. She bounced back into the hoverfish and maneuvered it through large corridors to the hangar. She explained that they would have to leave it there because the other corridors were too narrow and that, though the hoverfish had been constructed from intelligent baraglass, it couldn't unfortunately shrink. On foot and dressed in hazmat suits, they stalked through narrow corridors, past shattered screens and emergency lights that still flickered. When they reached the first lab, Zila ran a scan before opening the hatch to the main vault. The viral levels were still dangerous. They contributed their hike into Polymnia's crust with orange glow balls lighting their way. The deeper they went, the colder it got. Initially, we had the pods and equipment in the lab closest to the entrance, she explained, so no visitors would see how big this place was. But after I brought you all down here, my research team relocated the equipment closer to the core. Fewer eyes, more secrecy. When they reached the cloning pod chamber, Zila hesitated. The 3 tanks stood upright, connected to dim power cells. She powered them up. Green light swirled in the liquid as diagnostics rolled across the screen. "Still working," she said. The Bubo King nodded. His yellow eyes shifted to the nearby hallway.
My son, I must find him dead or alive.
They searched corridors for hours, and Zila followed him all the time, suggesting places worth searching. Finally, when they reached yet another storage annex, the Bubo King pulled open the door and found his son's corpse covered by a lab coat. Zila's throat tightened as she watched the Bubo King crumple. He quaked, hunched on the ground, and arched over the young man who resembled Char Chuvou in being 3/4 human. Boils covered his beige face, arms, legs, and even feet. The virus had been fast. Zila stayed back, letting him grieve.
He was my son,
the Bubo King said at last.
I forgot him, and when I remembered, it was too late. If only we could clone him like everyone else.
We can't clone him, Zila said gently. No memory chip.
No Polymnians had chips. The United Wheel outlawed them decades ago.
He shook his head.
Another brilliant policy.
He closed Shanice's brown eyes with one large hand.
But I won't leave him here.
The boy had died with his eyes open, as if still expecting someone to return for him. His feathers were mottled, his face bruised and covered in boils. They wrapped the body in a thermal shroud and hoisted it onto a hover cart, which exported it to a living area they had to isolate afterwards. His corpse would be infectious. The Bubo King crouched and laid his son's body down. Then he stood, arms shaking.
He waited down here while we all ran. When I find the time to fetch the key, I'll take his corpse and bury him and his mother near our family treehouse in the forest.
Zila didn't answer. The Bubo King lamented when they sealed the door, wishing aloud he could have buried him. The hazmat suits made every breath feel shallow. Zila's voice crackled through the comms. We can't afford a single tear in the seal. The Bubo King nodded, his beak glinting behind the visor. He didn't speak. He had said little since they'd sealed Shanice's body in that vault. They hadn't even noticed he was missing until Zila asked. That guilt sat between them now, thicker than the filtered air. Back in the lab, Zila opened her data slate and uploaded a fresh diagnostic report. The transluminal neuroimprint cascade wasn't fully intact, but enough systems were salvageable. She ran a systems check. Thrix's face flickered inside a levitating data globe. After Zila explained why they had returned and what they had planned, Thrix shook her head.
We're starving up here. Food's nearly out. If you found what you need.
We have the files. The cloning tech is still operational, Zila cut in.
Can you create clones if I send you genetic information and memories?
Definitely. Zila hadn't expected this, but it was the last she could do. Thrix may have been cold, but she knew there was a caring heart inside the superficial material, and what Thrix said next confirmed that.
Would 10 of us be too much to ask?
Zila's shoulders tensed for a few seconds, but she forced them to relax. 3 batches will take 2 or 3 weeks. Then another.
Is it too risky? Can you gather enough food for so many? Can you isolate yourselves and the clones from the virus?
We ought to.
The Bubo King's data glow whispered when he whistled. Zila gave one firm nod. We'll get to work immediately.
Which clones?
The Bubo King asked. Zila felt so sorry for him, and the fact his wife and son couldn't be resurrected. Thrix swallowed and turned to the owlman.
I'm not sure you'll know them, but Quentin's girlfriend, her daughter,
Another girlfriend?
The Bubo King bellowed, and Zila was unsure if it was from anger or shock.
It appears Quentin has a big heart,
Thrix said.
Or a big penis?
He hissed. Zila placed a hand on his wing, and his chest deflated when he looked at her. Thrix said,
The clones will be Saffron 1, Rinara, Liraya, Darwin.
Darwin?
The Bubo King hooted.
Do you know him?
Thrix asked.
Do I know him?
His daddy Glub chuckled.
I helped him lead an exodus through a time portal.
So, do you know his stepsister and half-sister?
No.
Rowena and Indigo. They will come too, along with their father, Matthias.
Anna's husband?
Yes. Then from the Nebula Strider, Falcon and myself.
And Lyria and Saffron 1? Zila asked.
As I already said, yes.
Thexri confirmed. Once you're all copied and resurrected, the Bubo King and I can help you through the portal. Thrix's mouth opened, then closed.
What about you?
Zila hesitated. I want to use the portal to go directly to Hukyo Shagon. I must take the equipment and files to my mentor. Zila expected Thrix to argue, but the envoy of the Baronese Intelligence Directorate simply frowned and then nodded.
Very well.
Zila looked at the Bubo King. He was silent again, his grief locked in his feathers. They ended the call. 3 tanks, 10 subjects. She brought up the list. Saffron 1. Recovered consciousness pattern, full biomatch. Lyria. Complete memory chip. Rinara. Stored as a backup in the Nebula Strider's engineering department. Falcon. Thrix had secured his imprint before the coup. Darwin. Partially corrupted but repairable. Indigo. Complete, recovered by Orana. Rorina. Also complete and recovered by Orana. Matthias. Fragmented copy, still viable. Fitz. Present, still fully integrated into Nebula Strider systems. Orana. Fully integrated into the system in that hidden lab from where she had sent Anna from. Within the crust of Laran Moon.
Chapter 10.
Codebreaker. He had no name, not in the way they did. His designation was a cluster of ultraviolet frequencies embedded in a shifting quantum shell, a ripple of purpose across layered dimensions. But for now, he wore the name Vratak, because humans were small-minded and demanded syllables. He blinked through the interface membrane and flexed his knuckles. Claws tapped on polished stone as he adjusted his density to match the gravity shell. His current platform. A moon locked in gravitotemporal resonance with the Euphorian Alliance. Held a relay station disguised as a crater. Below, game sequences ran. War zones, romances, resistance nests. Conscious characters with branching decisions. An experiment, the others had called it. A game, they'd agreed. A territory of competing timelines for entertainment. But something inside the code had changed. They were waking up. He scraped a tooth and clicked softly. The control panel listened. Thin filaments of light writhed across the glass in response. Magenta for code, green for soul pings, orange for glitches. One orange pulse flared again. There it was. He clicked twice, slow and sharp. The projection zoomed. A young man, slipper-footed, lithe, and cloaked in magical shielding. He had breached the firewall 2 cycles before. No key, no authorization, no proper threading through timeline strands. Just a crude rip. Pure willpower and anomaly-driven traverse. A spell. And the worst part? He had covered his trail. But not completely. Magic could warp the substructure and scramble surface logs, but the shoestring threads of true time, they hummed with memory. And Ratak was the best listener. He swirled a tendril of blue from his nostril. The color curved like a question mark.
The interface spun, pulling the last known echo of the intruder's spell signature and translating it into fractal glyphs. Target energy signature. Match equals 88%. Tracking layer, interdimensional or magical overlay detected. Status, Cosmic Spider. In love with conscious play, anomaly codename, Anna. Ritek paused, claws suspended mid-air. Love? That was no programmed behavior. It was corruption, rogue attachment to a conscious entity with full decision capability. Anna. He curled his whiskers tightly. Green star anomaly, forbidden interface breach, escaped through an unauthorized portal during the Tanith Cascade, modified internally by the Void Pulse, and now? Lucid dreaming across multiverse strands. She hadn't done it again. He saw to that. Her husband was smart, obedient, broken once, repaired. But the star was still there, a six-pointed shard of luminous coding, proof that Anna had once left the game. And returned. She should not exist, and yet she glowed. He swirled a code pattern across the display. The Euphorion Alliance flared into view. A lattice of systems bound in seven-star geometry, all threads anchored at Hukyo Shugon. It always came back to that cursed world. Ritek magnified the subspace activity on Polymnia's timeline. There, two threads diverged recently. A woman and an owl. No, not owl. The Bubo King. The one who had helped Crowleen, the one who knew glyphs. Time diverged around them like a fracture in glass. He tapped into the live code. A flash of sulfur pools, desolate farms, a vault half lit by failing lights. They've returned. He clicked his teeth. The infiltrator wasn't with them, but the Bubo King would soon leave that world again, with equipment, with memory tech, with resurrection code. They were building a hack from the inside out. If they succeeded, they could rewrite the entire branch. Not this time, Ritek hissed in his native tongue. Clicks, whistles, pulses of indigo fog. He initiated the snare. The trap code formed below the layer of reality, a quantum chrysalis wrapped in innocent starlight. It would catch only those who stepped beyond the timeline with intent, those who dared to stitch memory into forbidden hours. Two names flashed in the interface. Targets, Quentin and the Bubo King. One man overflowing with fractured timelines. One owl who remembered too much. He whispered across the network to the others. One clicked back, far away in the null system.
The game is corrupted.
Another swirled back a ripple of concern.
Let them collapse. Reset.
Vratok snapped. No, I will not lose this level. I will not surrender the Hukyo Gate. Silence followed. Then reluctant approval. A violet spiral from the architect's thread. Vratok activated his avatar, shifting into humanoid mole form for the interface breach. His fur shimmered with the glitch hue of active pursuit. He touched a memory crystal embedded in his chest and drew from it the rule scroll of interdimensional authority. He descended into the game. On the edge of the Euphorian skies, the star web shimmered with a false peace. Quentin was unaware. The Bubo King prayed over his son's sealed vault. Anna curled her legs in a cross-legged sprawl and whispered to the wind. They did not know the player had entered the board. But soon, they would. Ritek's portal bloomed behind a comet's wake, silent and lethal, wrapped in dream logic. His claws glowed as he passed the veil. The hunt had begun. Ritek slid through the tunnels of quantum frost, his claws twitching with residual charge. He had seen the Bubo King, just briefly, just long enough, but not long enough to trace. Another glitch. Another near catch. He clacked his teeth together once in irritation, sending ripples of blue through the air. The signal meant almost, but not quite. His companion across the threshold replied with a red and yellow shimmer.
We saw you fail. Try again.
Ratak ignored them. He had learned long ago that among the Drars, failure wasn't final, only ranked. Everything was part of the Academy's ever-looping competition. Every war, every simulated collapse, every virus, all calculated outcomes run on multiversal simulations. But something had broken in the Euphorian Alliance. Someone had found the boundary. Anna, she had slipped through once, just once, but once was enough. The six-pointed star burned in her chest like a bug in the code, a living firewall, and she had passed it on like a contagion. Not of sickness, but of interference. And now the timelines inside the Alliance were no longer clean simulations. They were conscious. Ratak no longer saw the Euphorian Alliance as a game. It had become something more dangerous, an arena where awareness had grown beyond its intended walls. Quentin was the problem now. Not because he had shifted time, he hadn't, but because he could. Because he might. Because his threads bent when they shouldn't have. They tugged at others, they wrapped around emotional junctions. Children, lovers, doubles. And the web recognized them as unstable nodes. Ratak sent out a triple pulse click. Green, white, green. Then vanished through a noise pocket that folded like dry leaves. When he emerged, he was above a jungle canopy, Polymnia. The coordinates aligned with the previous signal. The red-haired woman, the owl, the lovers. He dropped into the folds of space like a needle slipping through skin and landed in silence among the trees. The Bubo King was already gone. He'd flown just before the timeline shimmered. Left behind was Quentin, crouched low, kissing the faces of two women, both naked and waiting. Ratak saw not just Quentin's form, but his possibilities. In one thread, Quentin dying quietly in a resistance camp, no change made. In another, Quentin finding the right junction, the precise moment in Donkora's path, and killing him. Too early, too perfectly, undoing the entire simulation, unraveling the war, preventing the virus. The virus, which had wiped out 87% of the Alliance's conscious zones, had been Ratak's team's victory condition. Not all Drars competed in subtlety. Some of them, Reptek included, preferred long strategies, elegant failures, and irreversible tipping points. That virus had won them the tournament. A real virus, yes, but seeded through dream traps and synthetic spores, activated through cross-dimensional pollen that only bloomed when the right memory was triggered. Beautiful work. And now Quentin could destroy it. Must not. Ratak struck. He crossed space in a burst of whistle light. His body fractured into 7 rays and rejoined around Quentin's chest. Before Quentin could even shout, the Drar released a burst of blue vapor from his wrists. Quantum bind. Quentin was gone, shunted through a whirl of overlapping timelines, compressed into a pocket no larger than a second. However, something rippled through the simulation. Not code, not magic, something older. A faint pulse of energy surged along the ether web, invisible to sensors but too loud for silence. Vradek's fur lifted. The air behind reality trembled. Then light, not bright, not hot, but ancient. A shimmer of fire in the shape of wings flickered across the temporal cage. Too brief to trace, too precise to deny. It left no data trail, only a lingering scent. Ash, starlight, and memory. Braddock hissed. His control panel flashed white, then black. A corrupted overlay appeared for one breath. For a breathless instant, the air stood still. The trees surrounding the crumbled fort rustled unnaturally. Quentin's body became a hologram. His women fell asleep. A shimmer burst from where Quentin had vanished. Not just light, but something older. Something watching. The sigil of the Phoenix Guard. Impossible. The celestial brazier had been blinded cycles ago, its influence locked. its legacy purged. Vretok had helped do it himself. A curl of smoke still drifted from Quentin's brow. A scent lingered in the air. Ash, starlight, and memory. The code wasn't leaking, it was listening. Not your power, Vretok whispered, staring at Quentin, but someone else's. Someone waking. His third eye opened. A memory rose. Unbidden. The flame that once watched across time. The brazier was no longer blind. Something was speaking through it, the unbound phoenix perhaps, or something older. Vortak tapped the neural lock and doubled the containment glyphs. The lights flared as the null space around Quentin's sphere of crystal tightened. Inside the crystal sphere, suspended in the neural cradle, Quentin hovered in the gleaming dark, his form translucent, his thoughts flickering like candle flames under glass. "You are not the virus," Vretok said in whistle code, the sound pulsing softly against the walls. The translation slipped into Quentin's dream state. "But you are the change." Quentin's eyelids twitched. The flame sigil pulsed once behind his eyes. Unbidden, untraced. Vortak didn't notice. He tapped the wall. Light surged. The neural lock snapped fully into place. And the game once again began to change.
Chapter 11. Cloned to Life. Day after re-entering the Baronese scientific underground colony on Polymnia, everything was at hand. Zila and the Bubo King had sealed themselves into the southern wing, where the deeper labs still held power and climate control. The virus levels in this quadrant were traceable but low enough to clear with proper sterilization protocols. They had installed an electrostatic field across the primary corridor entrance, harmless to organics, but tuned to disassemble airborne viral strands at a molecular level. 2 old Baronese decontamination gates, repaired using parts from the Eastern Tunnel's robotic storehouse, sealed the rest of the section. The system recirculated the air inside through triple-phase filtration columns, loaded with spore-nucleizing nanogels and laced with a mild antiviral fog. Zila ran diagnostics on the entire zone every 3 hours. No pathogen markers had broken the inner threshold since they arrived. Transparent nanopolymer walls, extruded from storage reels and hardening upon contact with floor anchors, partitioned the living space. The tank stood in the first room, encircled by a medical scaffold and diagnostic displays, but separated from the sleeping zone by 2 isolation thresholds, one chemical, the other reactive. The second chamber was spare but warm, with insulated mats, nutrient rations, and clean water drawn from a filtered runoff well. Even in a buried colony on a dying world, the Baronese had planned for comfort. Most importantly, no part of the zone connected back to the upper levels without passing through a burn lock and a digital lattice gate that Zila herself had coded. She had reprogrammed a hoverpad access to route only to this safe quadrant. No accidental entries, no missed alarms. When the others arrived, she would recheck every suit, every breath, every chamber seal. No one else was dying down here. "Thrix, can you handle the sequencing from your end?" Zala asked. Thrix's holographic head in the data globe cupped in Thrix's hands nodded.
"I can. But we're almost out of nutrient gel. You'll have to recycle the tanks between rounds. And the heating lines in tank 2 kept shorting last time, remember?"
"I'll reroute them," Zila said. The tanks hissed, fluid levels adjusted automatically. Tank 1 blinked green.
"Saffron 1 first,"
Thrix said. Zila entered the sequence, the tank rattled, and the vibration grew louder. A cloud of mist curled around the tank's core. Thrix turned to tank 2.
"Vulcan is in tank 2. Renara is in tank 3. Sequence initiated. Incubation time 96 hours.
Zila rubbed the back of her glove against her visor. "We can rest for 4 days and start again."
Theria, Indigo, and Matthias. We'll go after them,
Thrix said.
Rowena, Darwin, and I can wait.
The Bubo King didn't answer. He stood in the cold alcove, looking glum. Zila lowered the airlock. We need to seal for the night. She stared at the tanks. I used to think it was all memory patterns and bioelectricity, but after watching different consciousnesses in Krolin's clones, I'm not so sure anymore. The Bubo King let out a low whistle.
So perhaps, Shanice is not all gone.
Zila didn't know what to say to that. Instead, she turned down the lights and brought up the shield frequencies. The planet was dying. Even so, they worked.
Saffron 1 drifted. Something warm buzzed against her scalp, her wrists, the hollow of her spine. Fluid hummed inside the tank, a slow rhythmic cycle, like lungs, like tide. There were lights above her, and somewhere behind, a panel blinked red and green. She tried to move her fingers, but her limbs weren't fully hers yet. Across the room, another tank glowed. A child floated there, violet skin, wisps of black hair like algae in the current. Her limbs curled in on themselves, small and tight. Lyria, to the left, long gold hair, strands twisting. Renara, Saffron 1 blinked. The inside of her tank was quiet. The chip inside her skull vibrated gently. Her memories weren't all back. Some hovered out of reach, like sparks through mist. She tried again to move. This time, her toes responded. Outside the glass, shapes moved. A white suit passed by, trailing tubes. Someone checked a panel. Another moved toward Renara's tank with a scanner. A voice filtered in through the tank speaker, muffled and clipped.
Saffron, unas vitals holding steady. Synapse reconnection in phase 2.
She opened her mouth, but liquid filled her throat. No way to speak. Another shape approached, face hidden behind a visor. The person touched the panel beside her tank and leaned close. Azrek? She recognized her by the way her head tilted slightly when thinking. A habit from before. Back when they were still fugitives. Back when they had no time to rest. Thrix's unique slurry voice came through.
Saffron 1, we're bringing you back. The memory grid will re-engage slowly. Don't panic. You're safe.
Saffron 1's eyes found Lyria again. Her chest tightened. Or it would have if the tank had allowed it. Lyria's eyelids fluttered. Her lips opened slightly, enough to draw in fluid. Not breathing air. Not yet. But close. Safe, she thought. If Lyria were here, and Renara too, they'd have done it. Zila, the Bubo King, Thrix. They'd done what they said they'd do. Another image floated up from the deeper parts of her mind. Quentin, his face shadowed, eyes dark, voice low. He had let her go, and now she didn't know what he was, who she wanted to be. The tank lights dimmed slightly. Her legs twitched, her scalp buzzed, her mouth opened again, and the hume deepened. A low ping echoed through the tank, then a voice. Flat, automated.
Cognitive stabilization at 71%.
She knew what came next. Dream upload. Not dreams in the old sense. These were memory cues, playback streams, and neural suggestions to help the brain rethread identity. Her body jolted once. The fluid around her bubbled briefly. She locked eyes with Renara's tank. It flickered blue. She looked back at Lyria. Something inside her whispered, "I'll never leave you again. Not this time." The fluid drained. Her feet touched something solid. She gasped, real air, cold, sharp, filled with the tang of disinfectant and machine oil. The tank opened with a soft hiss. Light struck her skin. Her knees gave out, but warm arms caught her. She blinked up into a round, owl-like face.
Evie.
His feathers were soft where they brushed her shoulder. His massive yellow eyes looked down with care and something else. Wonder. Saffron's voice came out thin and cracking. "Where?"
"You're in the lab. We brought you back,"
said Thrix, appearing behind him. She wore a silver and white suit, and her visor was up, revealing her sharp, sleep-deprived features. Her silver hair hung in a braid down one side, tucked through a loop on her shoulder harness. "The other woman? The other Bertu woman?" Saffron asked.
"That was Zila. She's in the other dome now, decoding the last transfer logs. This is the Bubo King."
The owl man bowed.
"Zila will be back soon."
A cry cut through the air. Lyria. She had emerged from her tank too, and ran toward Saffron, barefoot and unsteady, hair wet and sticking to her cheeks.
"Mama,"
she cried, throwing her arms around her. Saffron collapsed to her knees and held her tight. Lyria. She buried her face in the child's hair. "It's really you." Renara stumbled forward next. Her eyes shimmered. She didn't speak at first, just dropped beside them, her large breasts dangling like full udders. The three of them stayed like that, huddled on the clean floor of the lab, cold and shaking and too overwhelmed to speak more. When they did part slightly, Lyria's eyes were wide as she looked around. She pointed.
"Is that a real owl man?"
The Bubo King dipped his head. She blinked.
"Do you talk?"
"Sometimes,"
he said. She squeaked and hugged her mother tighter.
"He's enormous."
There was silence for a few heartbeats. Saffron drew Lyria and Renara back into her arms. "We're together. That's all I care about." Lyria's small fingers gripped the back of Saffron's shoulder.
"Are we going home?"
Saffron didn't answer right away. She looked at Thrix, then the Bubo King, then up at the tank she'd just emerged from. "No," she said. "We're into the past."
Zila worked for 5 days with Thrix, cloning the dead and the desperate. While Renara, Saffron, and Lyria entertained themselves, 3 more clones finished simultaneously: Darwin, Indigo, and Matthias. Like Maria, Matthias had dark brown skin and tight curls, whereas his son's skin was a few shades lighter. Darwin wasn't stocky like his father, but tall and gangly. He was a little spotty too, with problematic teenage skin. The little girl, Anna's daughter, must have been only about 6 years old, and she shared her brother's complexion. The liquid drained from their tanks and the shells slid open. Zila rushed to monitor them. No seizures, no irregular brain patterns, no rejection. All 3 lay blinking in the low light, confused but alive. She tapped her comm. "Darwin, do you remember who got you here and what happened?" He stared at her visor. She smiled behind the helmet. "We're still in a contamination zone. You're not in danger, but we're taking precautions." Indigo, Darwin's 5-year-old sister, sat up slowly. "Your mommy is safe. You, your dad, and brother will soon join her." Although no one asked, her gaze bounced between father and son. "A friend of ours reclaimed your memory chips, chopped your DNA, and used Baratu transluminal tech to bring you back." Matthias didn't speak. He wept silently. More days passed. Falcon's clone blinked into life. Then Thrix's. and a black and red striped teenage girl called Rowena. When Rowena's pod slid open, Indigo didn't wait. She rushed to her adopted sister and cuddled her, explaining everything she had been told. Although weak, Rowena scooped the little girl into her arms and held her close as she sat on the floor, crying and laughing. The Bubo King stirred.
Any more?
Zila nodded. 1. Orana, the Baratu scientist who brought Anna and her family back. The Bubo King rose, stiff, knees cracking.
Welcome.
He handed out more jumpsuits while Zila configured a tank for the last arrival. We did it. Zila sat on the bench beside the tanks. We resurrected you all.
Chapter 12. The Flame Interferes. Rathchak didn't sleep. Drars didn't need to. Their minds cycled through simulations even when their bodies went still. But tonight he stood alert, paws rooted to the obsidian mesh of the monitoring cradle. His sensory hairs vibrated faintly, tuned to the song of Quentin's timeline. It was strange. Not clean, he muttered, clicking his teeth once. Most conscious characters in the Euphorian simulation had limited variability. The multiverse allowed divergence only where certain constants remained: mass, memory, motive. But Quentin's branch had widened. More branches than a standard player class, more junctions than the permitted narrative density. Britak lifted one claw and drew a circle in the air. Light cracked through the shape, revealing a multi-stream display of Quentin's would-have-beens. In one, Quinn died in the fire at Southport. In another, he fled with his daughter, forgetting Saffron entirely. In a rarer, older version, he never entered the Alliance at all. That one had collapsed early, a corrupted node, likely pruned. Britak turned to the current Quentin, who was hovering, restrained, his thoughts communicated through glyphs and musical equations. Ratak clacked his tongue and projected a thought storm, colored swirls, flash memory, dream simulations. Gorton began to murmur, his lips twitched. Rabik leaned close. You hold a paradox, he hissed. You dream of a daughter that does not yet exist in this stream. You remember a Saffron who split. You survived death by stepping sideways through intention. Britak's eyes narrowed. Not supposed to be possible. He clicked the control sphere. The images shifted. Anna appeared, surrounded by fireflies of green code, her star pulsing, her heart light disrupted pattern locks. Anna had broken through, and Quentin had followed. The hellified armor fizzled, collapsed, as she broke through. You were not meant to follow. Ratak slashed a command into the console. The ether web image collapsed, folding into a single fractal sphere. Inside it, Quentin's tether. He could see where it bent the simulation, not from strength. From relationships, love, guilt, sacrifice. They were not variables that the drawers code directly. These were byproducts of recursive AI running too long, consciousness evolving inside the game. It was dangerous. Britak clacked his teeth in rapid succession, sending a signal to the Academy. A shimmer of color patterns responded in his mind. Status? He responded with a tooth-click chain. Captured variable, anomalous divergence, may require null set. Another pulse, what of the virus branch? Vradak hesitated. If Quentin altered the timeline, if he warned someone too early, if he killed Donkora before the inflection point, the virus wouldn't fire. Their tournament win would be erased. The crown would be lost. Braddock growled low. He looked again at the quartz ball occupied by Quentin's spirit body, inside the crystal bowl containing more of these balls in pastel colors of blue, pink, and yellow. I should crush you now, he whispered, but it would cost us points. He tapped the glass. Quentin's third eye fluttered, still dreaming. Vranak didn't see it, but felt it in the vibration between his whiskers. But you will not be a player again. not like before. Before he could reach into the memory thread, the crystal ball flickered with red light, just for a blink. But in that blink, Vratak saw a shape like wings cut from fire. A shimmer of phoenix light flashed across the containment field, leaving a residue no sensor could read. The simulation hiccuped, the glyphs on the wall rearranged. Vratak's eyes narrowed as he summoned memory sync. It hovered like a bowl made of light and bone. He extended a paw and scraped a sliver of memory from Quentin's consciousness, specifically the memory of Saffron's disappearance, the moment on the spaceport, the flash of blue, gone. Quentin's spirit body twitched, his breath faltered. Vratak grinned. "Let's see how long before your friends start to glitch without you." Behind him, the archway crackled with static. A Drara acolyte entered, smaller, younger, still covered in the neon dust of the lower tunnels. It held a scroll of code in its paws. "Update from the gamesmiths," the acolyte whistled. "Anna's thread has thickened. They suspect she's accessed the cross-world dreamfields again." Vratak froze. That was not part of the pattern. The acolyte looked unsure. She may be trying to find him through the dream corridors. Vratak's whiskers flared. A long silence passed. Then he clicked 3 times. Slow and final. "Begin lockdown on the dream corridors." He turned back to Quentin's crystal ball. "If she finds you, we all burn." The crystal ball dimmed. A hush spread through the chamber, subtle but precise, like the breath before a verdict. The notification glyph sparked in the corner of his interface. At first he ignored it. Glitches were common during emotional spikes in the captives, but this wasn't that. The glyph flickered again, bright gold, then black, then gold once more. It expanded on its own. The pattern unrolled without his command. A shimmer burst from Quentin's quartz ball, the sigil of the Phoenix Guard. Impossible. The celestial brazier had been blinded cycles ago. Its influence locked, its legacy purged. Ratakeg had helped do it himself. A curl of smoke still drifted from Quentin's brow. "Not your power," Vratak whispered, staring at Quentin, "but someone else's, someone waking." His third eye opened. A memory rose unbidden of the flame that once watched across time. The brazier was no longer blind. Something was speaking through it. The unbound phoenix, wings. A span of fire feathers arched and beat slowly. Vratak stepped back from the bowl of crystal balls. His claws scraped the obsidian floor. Behind him, the monitoring wall warped. His mind caught up a moment later. The code string was unfamiliar, a recursive symbol repeating inside itself, the Phoenix sigil. It should not have existed. The last time that image had appeared in the Euphorian weave, he'd been part of the squad that sealed it. That was cycles ago. He had cut it from the game matrix himself, deleted the flame archive, purged the temple loops, even corrupted the celestial brazier's signature to stop any recursive influence from lingering. But here it was, burning bright in the corner of his vision. Vratak rushed to the control sphere. He pulled the memory logs from the flame event. What caused it? Where did it originate? The data folded back to a place far outside his current node. A jungle. A moonlit temple. Standing beside the old brazier, breathing in the smoke, was Azrek. The name hit Vratak like a jaw clamp. He hissed and bit into his own palm. He turned toward the monitoring wall just as a ripple passed through the simulation grid. His fur prickled from neck to tail. He spun back to Quentin's crystal ball, but it was no longer just a prison. Not entirely. The phoenix glyphs around it bent, subtly, rebelliously. Some unraveled into flame-shaped loops. One flare sparked on the inside of the glass, near another crystal ball. Urchak scrambled to shut the flame ripple down, but the sigil looped back on itself, recursive, burning clean through 3 layers of containment code. The null space around Quentin shimmered, the memory sync faltered, not from inside the boy, but from outside the simulation. Azrek was watching, Azrek was warning, and worse. Azrek was stronger than before. He reached for the override chain. Dream corridors be damned. If the Phoenix wouldn't stop at the simulation's edge, he'd have to rewire the fire. Falling forward, but before his claws touched the override, flames spiraled through the air, unseen by sensors, too quiet for code. It curled once around the tank, then vanished. The sigil reappeared, branded on Vratak's palm. The unbound Phoenix had marked him.
Chapter 13. Phase Shift.
Jennefgar had grown familiar with Quentin and Enya in the past weeks, in more ways than one. She enjoyed being intimate with both, but only loved Quentin, not Enya. This didn't stop them from worrying, though. It had been weeks since Zila and the Bubo King had left. Mariah, Anna and Quentin had searched and searched each time the rain allowed it, but still they couldn't find them in Sernine Vela's time 20 years before. They had shown everyone how to skywater shift safely, and Jennefgar had seen incredible sights, not only within their seven-system alliance but also beyond it. That night, Jennifer's dream shimmered, warm and bold. Quentin stood at the head of a moss-covered hill, cloak flapping in the wind. Jennefgar and Enya stood beside him, hands locked. Below them, flames chewed the last outposts of the Crimson Collective. Donkla's black warship crumpled in the distance, half embedded in a smoking crater. The air had a clean scent. "You did it," Jennefgar whispered in the dream. "You changed everything." Quentin turned, not smiling, just watching her. Enya kissed Jennefgar's temple, and the 3 of them stood side by side, silent, whole. Then the scream came. Jennefgar's body jerked upright in the hoverfish. She blinked fast, disoriented by the cold light overhead and the silence that followed. Another sob, a ragged sob. "Enya!" She staggered off the bedroll and followed the sound. Enya was crouched at the center of the hoverfish, her long silver lilac fingers twisted in her hair, her mouth opened in a soundless wail. Her whole body shook. The glow ball overhead flickered like it might burn out. Then Jennefgar saw why. Quentin was lying where he had slept, except he wasn't sleeping. His body was translucent, his skin had no depth, no warmth. He looked like a hologram on the verge of shorting out, colourless and glitched, light breaking at the edges. His chest didn't rise, his mouth hung open in a half-breath, eyes wide but empty. "Quentin!" Jennefgar stumbled toward him, heart hammering. "Quentin, what happened?" Enya choked on a sob. "I woke up and I reached for him, but he's not here, he's gone." Jennifer was on all fours. Her fingers passed straight through his body. "No," she whispered. "No, no, 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 no." Her hands went cold. She put a hand on her chest as if she might grasp something within to halt this. Quentin's body wasn't a body. It didn't smell of skin or sweat or sleep. "What is this?" Jennefgar frowned. Enya was shaking too hard to answer. Her arms wrapped around her knees and she rocked herself on the floor. Jennefgar forced herself to focus. She'd seen tech do strange things. Quentin had discussed memory loss and the actions of the drawer against time travelers. She leaned close. "Quentin, if you're still in there, if there's even a piece of you left, you hold on. Do you hear me? You hold on." No reply. "I'm going to find Anna," Jennefgar said in a shaky voice. "She'll know what to do." Enya didn't move, still sobbing. Her tears dripped onto the floor. Jennefgar reached for the mind link. So what if the drawers were listening? She didn't care who heard. After sending the message, the hoverfish side popped open. Anna entered first, barefoot, hair tied up roughly, green light glimmering in her chest. Azrek followed, feathers fluffed in alarm. Maria, Vrokala and Sharshovu stumbled in behind, all sleepy. Maria took one look at Quentin's flickering body and turned away with a hiss of breath. "No." Anna stared in horror at the projection, eyes bulging and forehead creased. "It's the drawers." "The who?" Vrokala growled. "It's the space wizards." Enya said bitterly. You know, the mole men Anna told us about, those freaks who trapped Anna, her husband, and their friend in a crystal ball on an alien starship. Anna wiped her freckled face with a palm. You remember my story well. How could I forget? Tears ran down Enya's face, which was frozen and expressionless. Well, I don't remember, Vrokala said. They took me once. Anna reaffirmed. Matthias too, and Fuyuka, they don't remove you only from time they seal you in a crystal ball with others, each inside their own crystal ball. They shrink you down. Quentin is crystallized, I think. He's still alive, just trapped. Is that? Maria looked up. Eye conscious? Azrek made a low keening sound and crouched. I'd need the celestial brazier to understand more. Anna's mouth pressed into a tight line. Only a book with the perfect instructions would help to save him. Cosmic Spider's grandfather has it. If Quentin's been crystallized by mole men, then only children can cast the spell. That's ridiculous, Maria snapped. But are you sure it was the mole man again? Couldn't something else turn him into a hologram? Anna dragged a hand across her face. I don't know. What do we do? Jennefgar's heart pounded. How could her first love be cruelly taken away from her? All became quiet. Maria looked at the floor. Do we wait for the Bubo King to return? He might not make it in time. Enya said, helping Zila. Genevieve took Enya's hand. We have 2 hoverfish. Enya gazed down at her with silver eyes. You're thinking it too. We go, Jennefgar said. We go forward, through the portal. Then Skywater shift to find Cosmic Spider. Someone has to. Will the others be okay without us? Enya asked. They'll manage, you know they will, and Quentin needs us. Anna turned slowly. It's true, we don't need you in our exhibitions, but the virus? If everyone's dead, the virus won't spread anymore, Jennefgar said. We won't go near corpses. Enya added, though you know how to Skywater shift? Anna asked, remember, we tried it with Quentin, remember? We all know how to do it now. Azrek said. Anna and Maria shared a concerned look. Maria stepped aside. Then take the second hoverfish. Be careful, Azrek said. Together, Jennefgar and Enya packed the basics. No one said anything as they powered up the second hoverfish and eased it from its mooring. As they rose into the night, Enya's hands trembled inside the holocontrols. Jennefgar sat beside her, silent and staring forward.
Saffron 1 leaned against the side of the cloning chamber wall, arms folded, her gaze drifting across the mismatched crowd spread across the lab's central floor. The tanks behind her were still filtering nutrients and residual code. 2 were empty, and 1 contained the last of the clones, Orana. She was a white Baronese, like Thrix and Zila, and Saffron could see slight differences in their facial structures, despite the same albino pigmentation and enormous black eyes. Orana looked slightly green, though, through the green-tinged fluid. They didn't need to activate the low orange light. The 3 scientists had Baratutech integrated into their bodies, including biocybernetic lenses coded into their DNA. The upgrades let them handle white-spectrum light without strain. Thrix had described it to Saffron on the Nebula Strider previous to their submersion for the transfer and cloning prep. Across from Saffron, Darwin was perched on the lip of a metal storage crate, legs swinging. His curly hair looked slightly flattened from the rehydration wrap, and his cheeks were dotted with fresh acne. So basically, he was saying, we're walking clones in a sealed underground colony on a half-dead planet because one guy ruined everything and got away with it? Rowena rolled her eyes. She was sitting on the floor with her black and red stripe arms looped around her knees. It's not just one guy. It's a system. He was just the worst cog in it. Darwin shrugged. Then maybe we break the cog. Just pop his escape pod with a missile and call it a win. Rona smirked. Or we could sky-water shift into his cockpit and punch him in the face. Lyria sat cross-legged near them, listening with serious eyes. Zila says we're not going yet, not until the Bubo King gets back. Darwin tilted his head toward her. You want to go though, right? Lyria nodded. He hurt my mom. He made her cry in the dark, and I didn't know what to say. Darwin looked down. Yeah, okay. That's a better reason than I had. Rowena shifted closer to Lyria and gave her a one-armed hug. Saffron didn't like all this talk in front of her baby girl, who'd already been through too much. Indigo wants to show you her VR garden, remember? Lyria frowned, but nodded. Fine. She padded off across the chamber, where Zila sat beside Indigo near the projection cube. A VR flower bloomed in midair, a spinning, translucent lotus that glowed blue when touched. Indigo squealed when it opened a second row of petals. Saffron stood and turned back to Darwin and Rowena. Don't fill her head with revenge talk. We've got a plan. Rowena raised both hands. Hey, you're the one who's literally planning an assassination. Yes, Saffron said, but I didn't bring children into it. Darwin scratched his neck. So, what's the real plan? Are we going back? Saffron nodded. Zia wants to take the scientists and the files through the time portal, but their destination is Hokyo Shagon. They'll go 60 years into the past, but not to Polymnia. They'll set up a lab out there, somewhere safe. Rowena blinked. So we're not going with them? No, Saffron said. You, Falcon, Ardern, and a few of the others will take the second route, also 60 years back, but you'll stay right here on Polymnia. To find Quentin and the others? Darwin asked. Yes. Zila told me that somewhere in the jungle, in an old ruin by the river, their camp still exists. If you Skywater shift to the right node, you should land near them. Rowena's mouth twitched. So romantic. Saffron didn't answer. She was already thinking about him, both the blonde clone and his original, whom she'd met in the digital dream world created by Saffron too. Darwin leaned back. You think he'll even recognize us? Saffron smiled faintly. He'll recognize me. When was the last time you saw him? Not since I was a 7-year-old. He'll know who you are when he sees you with your dad. Where is he anyway? Getting more food from the vertical farms with Falcon? She nodded. Rowena stretched her legs. You're not scared. I'm not sure I'm built for fear anymore, Saffron said. I only fear my loved ones getting hurt. Quentin and my daughter. Where do you and Lyria look so different? Rowan asked. Saffron shrugged. Mixed-race kids with T-Lishua and Ba-Kud parents always show the Tri-Lishua traits more. They sat in silence for a few moments. The tanks hummed, and the children laughed across the room. A strange calm settled over her. The Bubo King was out there, burying his son and searching for the time key. Quentin wasn't aware Zila was bringing someone back to life. He would be so happy when he saw her and Lyria again. And he and Enya would be pleased. Renara was back too.
Chapter 14. When the Sky Burns Backward.
Brix emerged from the cloning chamber, her gloves slick with protein gel, and gave a triumphant nod. The final hoverfish is ready. We cloned the original architecture down to the fuel intake valves. You can fly it within the hour. Zila arched over the console, her temples pounding. Good. That makes 3 craft. We'll take one back to Artheus. The Bubo King towered beside her, examining the interface.
You'll need to get the files to Serenine. Without that neuroimprint cascade, none of this matters.
Zeely tapped a blinking pad, confirming coordinates. I've already isolated the schematics. Everything's loaded into this hoverfish's memory core. And the transluminal neuroimprint cascade chips are sealed inside the black cube. She looked at Thrix. You and I will go, through the time key, deliver the files, make sure the past us knows everything. If they can upload the data to Serenine's lab back in time, we'll complete the loop.
And I'll take the others back to Quentin. We've been gone too long.
You sure you want to return empty-handed? Thrix asked, brushing a silver strand of hair off her cheek. Shennis couldn't be cloned. You lost a son. He placed a heavy feathered hand on her shoulder.
I have a daughter in the past. Her life was saved. I will go back to her. She needs her father.
Zila turned toward the wall of barraglass tanks. Lyria was helping Saffron 1 into a dry suit. Renara stood behind them, pulling her curls into a knot. Falcon zipped up his utility vest, eyes scanning the readouts as if already planning their next move. They gathered by the 3 hoverfish. Zila's had the cube, core files, and would carry her along with the other 2 scientists, Thrix and Orana. The Bubo Kings held Saffron, 1, Renara, Lyria, Falcon, and Indigo. The 3rd craft was for Matthias, his son, daughter, and adopted daughter, whose skin was pigmented with black and red stripes. The 3 hoverfish launched in tight formation, engines purring like ghost cats across the glittering ocean. The sky above darkened to bruised purple as day gave way to night, and still they flew, silent except for the soft hiss of the slipstream. Zila leaned forward in her seat, eyes scanning the dim curvature of the water. They'd been airborne for hours, maybe more. The Bubo King's voice occasionally buzzed through the comlink, offering course corrections or altitude tweaks, but otherwise they flew in wordless determination. By morning, the ocean gave way to jagged terrain. Mountain peaks stabbed upward from the clouds like black spires, rimmed with pale frost. The temperature dropped fast, and ice clung to the outer hulls. Zila watched it web across the glass, then vanish as heat shields pulsed to life. Here, Thrix said, tapping the hollow panel. Ahead, the volcanic plateau crested into view, broad, dark, steaming. The clouds parted like curtains drawn back, revealing the crystalline monolith at its center. The amethyst pyramid of Heaven's Island rose from the stone like a shattered fang, glittering in the sunlight. Zila's pulse quickened. The 3 hoverfish spiraled down together, engines dimming. When they landed in the pyramid's shadow, the ground hissed with trapped steam. The Bubo King's voice rang through the intercom.
I will set the dial for you.
But what about the virus? She asked. My data shows the virus is not present here, Thrix chimed in.
Good,
the Bubo King said.
Hey, let me deal with the dials.
He exited his craft, feathers slicked back by the high-altitude wind. His tall silhouette stalked into the monolith.
Coordinates set.
He rumbled through a comm band retrieved from the labs.
Ukyu Shigun, 60 years prior. You're the first jump.
Zila glanced at Thrix, then back at the pyramid. Do you think it's still stable? The Bubo Kings exited the pyramid and approached their transparent craft.
Is stable as anything in this timeline?
Thrix heaved a nervous sigh. And you'll go to Quentin and the others now? He nodded.
Once you're through, I'll return to my daughter.
Zila turned to check the cube in the hoverfish's compartment one last time. The data glimmered inside. Compressed code, schematics, the neuroimprint cascade. It was all there. I know how to find the hidden city, she said, straightening. Once we arrive, there's a tunnel system under the eastern cliffs. The locking mechanism is ancient, but I can melt it open with my Bangle's sonic charge. The Bubo King said nothing, just pressed his talons against the shell of their levitation vehicle. He stepped back and waited beside the other 2 crafts with the resurrected friends and families. The moment her hovercraft touched the pyramid's energy field, ultraviolet light exploded outward, silent, blinding. She and her Bra-2 colleague shielded their eyes. Inside the second pyramid, the hoverfish hummed as it materialized in a darkened chamber. The air was cold. Zila blinked. Did it work? The hoverfish door hissed open. Snow drifted in. They climbed out and left the pyramid to view their surroundings. They were high on a mountain under a red-tinged sky. The pyramid behind them looked older than the one they'd entered, scarred, as if it had survived fire and time. A figure waited at the threshold. Tall and robed, its face was hidden beneath a glitchy mechanical veil. She yelped as she spotted whiskers poking out of its cowl. Anna had told her the stories. It must have been a space wizard. The mole man raised its staff, green light built at the tip. "Run!" Thrix shouted. Zila barely turned before the world erupted in light. The staff discharged in a single arc of energy. The hovercraft vanished in a bloom of white. Zila's final thought was not of failure, but of those she had befriended and tried to save. She saw their faces in her mind. Then, there was nothing.
Saffron 1 watched the pyramid vanish into ultraviolet shimmer. Her fingers clenched around the edge of the pilot's console, not in fear, but anticipation. They were going back to Quentin. She leaned into the hum of the engine, eyes flicking to the others aboard. Lyria dozed, curled like a moon pup. Renara stared out the viewport, her curls pinned up tight, face unreadable. Vulcan adjusted the environmental filters in silence, always watching, always ready. They'd left death and failure in the cloning labs, but Saffron didn't carry those feelings anymore. She carried heat. Quentin, she could still feel him. The memory of his hands, the way he'd said her name like it wasn't just a name. She wondered if Enya had made him softer. That thought didn't bother her. It thrilled her. He would be so happy to see her. To see Lyria. They would be whole again. There would be room for all of them. Enya, Renara. She wanted to share him. It made something primal and fierce coil in her belly. A chime rang through the intercom. Vulcan raised a brow.
"External contact, we're being hailed."
Saffron frowned. "That's impossible. We're off-grid." But as Falcon keyed in the signal, a familiar voice came through the static. "This is Enya. Repeat, this is Enya. Hoverfish Delta 7. We're coming in low on a crosswind vector. Do you copy?" Renata's head snapped up.
Enya?
Saffron bolted to the console. "Enya, this is Saffron 1. Say that again." Relief cracked through the intercom.
"Saffron! Oh, stars, thank the Alliance, you're still alive. I am with my new friend, Jennefgar."
The voices overlapped. Enya's shaking, and Jennefgar's beneath it.
"You have to listen. Quentin's gone, not dead, but crystallized, trapped by the drawers, like what happened to Anna."
The hovercraft's atmosphere shifted. Lyria stirred in her sleep. Saffron gripped the edge of the console. "What?"
"He's alive,"
Enya said quickly.
"But his spirit's locked inside a quartz sphere. He looks like a glitch. No breath, no warmth. But he's there."
Silence expanded like vacuum. Then Darwin's voice, younger and sharper, cut in from the third hoverfish. "Forget the book." "What?" Saffron turned toward the speakers. Darwin's voice crackled. "You don't need the spider's grimoire. You need 4 children. 4 children under the age of 7. I did it before with my friends to get my dad, his agent colleague, Fuyuka, and my stepmom back." Lyria stood, wide awake now.
"I'm under 7.
Cold hit Saffron's core. It sounded dangerous. Could she risk her baby to save Quentin? Lyria was too stubborn. Quentin was her stepdad. and she loved him as much as Saffron. Indigo's voice rang through the intercom. I can help too. I'm still little. Saffron pressed her palm to her mouth and gulped hard.
That's two.
The stranger called Jennefgar said between sobs.
Where do we get two more children?
We're close to the hybrid range,
The Bubo King said.
There's a tribe with 3 small enclaves in the canyon passes. I visited once during my rotation. They trade in circuits and sun veggies. Some of them have children.
Saffron turned toward the Bubo King. What do you think? He didn't answer right away. Then, low and firm.
They ask permission. We tell them the truth.
Then let's go,
Jennefgar said over the channel.
We'll reroute with you. There's no point in chasing relics.
Confirm?
Vulcan said.
Sending coordinates now.
The 3 hoverfish banked together and flew low across the mountain pass, the volcanic plateau fading behind them. Ahead, mist ribboned through the canyon walls, gold-tinted with early light. Somewhere in that valley, a tribe of children played under the sun, and the key to Quentin's return lay waiting. Saffron touched the mark on her wrist. Hold on, love, she whispered. We're coming. The village curved along the ridgeline in crescent-shaped terraces, each level lined with woven platforms, carved totems, and string-light lanterns that blinked in slow pulses like living things. The surrounding cliffs were jagged with crystal veins, some glowing faint blue under the rising twin moons. The moment the 3 hoverfish glided into view, cat-faced biped villagers scattered, children ran into root huts, elders stepped back with weapons half lifted, and a middle-aged warrior barked something sharp in a lilting, click-laced dialect. Jennefgar was already out of the craft before it had fully settled.
Let me speak,
she called over her shoulder, adjusting the cloth wrapped around her waist. Her hair whipped in the wind as she strode forward and lifted both arms. Words flowed from her in the hybrid tongue, fluid, full of rhythm. The warrior, with a machete fastened against his back, stooped and frowned, and responded in kind. Saffron, one watched from the second hoverfish, arms folded, chest tight. The air tasted of dust and minerals, and her boots crunched softly on the carved stone path as she stepped out. Beside her, Laria hovered uncertainly, while Renara dropped down and immediately sprinted forward.
Enya!
Renara shouted. The moment the 3rd hoverfish opened, Enya flung herself out, and they collided in a tight, spiraling hug. Their mouths met, breathless and unashamed, tongues slipping together in open relief and passion. Saffron looked away, but only briefly. A twinge of heat curled in her stomach. She loved both of them, had known both in ways the others didn't. She wanted to press herself between them, to feel their mouths and bodies against hers again. But Lyria was right there, watching everything. Instead, she smiled tightly and turned her attention to the others. Rowena tilted her head. We're just letting them do that in front of everyone? No one here cares, Saffron murmured. Except maybe me. The Bubo King landed last, his bulk making the platform groan slightly. His curved talons gripped the wood as he stepped forward, great feathered head swiveling. When he hooted once, low and clear, a small bronze translation orb floated up from his belt. It clicked, beeped, then spoke in a calm, neutral voice. The warrior responded with a cautious whistle and a rapid stream of language. Jennefgar answered before the orb could translate.
Then they remember me,
she said, turning.
From years ago, when me and my giant eagle travelled this range. We helped them once during a rockfall. They're not enemies.
The orb chirped again, translating what the warrior tribesman said.
You bring strange ones, too many skins, too many smells. Are you sick?
Renara, still breathless from the reunion, raised both hands.
We're healthy. We've been time jumping, that's all.
Jennefgar translated. The Bubo King barked a sequence of sounds, part hoot, part screech, and the orb translated in several languages.
We need 4 children to awaken a mind trapped in crystal. Your offspring will be safe, no harm will come.
The warrior looked doubtful. His eyes swept across the group. Lyria with her sleek black hair and violet skin, Indigo with her pale brown skin and black afro hair, Rowena and Enya still tangled with Renara, silver indigo on golden. Then they lingered longest on saffron. Another elder stepped forward, murmuring something to the warrior. Jennefgar translated again.
They're surprised. We don't look like a single clan, and they've never seen humans with purple, red, and yellow skin, let alone black and red stripes.
Saffron exhaled. We need their help. Tell them it's to save someone important.
They already know,
Jennefgar said quietly. Enya finally pulled away from Renara, wiping her face. Darwin says we have everything. We just need the spell and the kids. The Bubo King let out a longer hoot. The orb paused, then said,
Then we wait. Let them bring what they will. But we must begin by nightfall.
Jennefgar turned back toward the tribe and resumed speaking. As the others regrouped near the hovercrafts, Saffron allowed herself a moment to study Jennefgar more closely. Petite, brown-skinned, eyes sharp like stone knives, and visibly unmoored.
Chapter 15. The Game Watches Back.
The stone circle was older than memory, and the night was as black as ink, save for the 3 full moons bright and radiating over them. Jennifer kneeled in the dust, hands pressed against the cool rings of moss-etched granite, the same pale blue as the sky above. Around her, the hybrid tribe prepared the children, lit herbs and set carved bowls at the 4 cardinal points. Darwin had translated through the Bubo King exactly what they needed to do, and Jennefgar wasn't surprised that it scared the hell out of all the parents, including Matthias, who was Indigo's father, and Saffron, who was Lyria's mother. Magic was stirring, ancient magic, seated in the rock. Lyria sat cross-legged near the centre, watching the hybrid cat children with wide eyes. Indigo fidgeted beside her, already chewing on the hem of her sleeve. In the firelit gathering, she noticed Enya and Renara embracing again, and it made her miss Quentin all the more. Saffron 1 was watching them too, her jaw tight and her hand on Lyria's shoulder like a leash she dared not release. The poor woman must have been scared about sending her daughter off on a dangerous mission as well. They had to skywater shift into space. They needed water though, and just as she thought it, clouds rolled over, thunder roared, and there was a monsoon. Even the elements seemed to be on their side. They didn't have a river, but Darwin had said they didn't need one for this spell. She swallowed the lump in her throat and turned toward the tribe's matriarch, a tall woman with yellow gold cat eyes and dreadlocked white hair threaded with metal beads. Her gaze moved across Darwin's face like reading a worn manuscript as Darwin explained and the Bubo King translated through his device. The matriarch didn't reply immediately, but beside her, the Bubo King whistled a series of long descending tones and clicked his beak twice. His translator device hovered beside him, spinning slowly. The matriarch responded in her own tongue, sharp, questioning.
She wants to know,
The owlman translated slowly,
what they'll risk if they help us.
Before Darwin could answer, the sky split again, but this time not with lightning or water. A line of red fire cracked across the heavens. It was Azrek. The phoenix descended like a comet, wings of burning gold tearing wind from the sky. He landed hard in the circle's eastern quadrant, scattering herbs and upending a bowl of glimmering powder. The hybrid children screamed and scurried backward. Lyria clung to Saffron 1, eyes wide. Azrek's flame-wreathed form pulsed with urgency. It was stronger than the monsoon from which they were all now drenched. He continued to burn with magic as his voice rang out, not spoken but thundered into their minds.
Stop, you cannot cast it. The drow watches.
The Bubo King half spread his wings.
Azrek, explain.
The phoenix flickered, heat rolling off him in waves.
The mole men have seen through the veil. Vataki killed the scientists. Zila, Thrix and Orana, they're gone. I saw it through the celestial brazier in my dream. To confirm it, I visited myself in this time. Phoenixes can. The game is still being played, and he knows your every move.
Jennefgar felt the words like ice scatter down her spine. So what do we do? Azrek turned toward her.
We fly to the underground laboratories in Hearthram to seek the scientists' help. Their underground labs are protected. They must be. No Phoenix Royal Guards found the location in the Celestial Brazier. Their underground labs are protected. They must be. No Phoenix Royal Guards found the location in the Celestial Brazier.
The matriarch growled something low and guttural. The Bubo King replied in clicks and hoots, his translator buzzing.
The yield they will not give the children. They say if the enemy kills kin, the blood curse spreads. They will not risk it.
Yeah.
Azrek said,
the children won't survive.
A tense silence followed. Saffron 1 pulled Lyria behind her. Enya stepped away from Renara, who had gone pale. Rowena looked ready to punch something. Jennefgar stared at the darkening sky, the smoke trailing from Azrek's wings and the fading shimmer of the ritual circle. We must go, she said, now, before he finds us. The Bubo King's eyes narrowed.
Back to Hearthram? We already flew from there.
Today's Hearthram, not the future's,
Saffron said. 2 hoverfish descended toward them, engines thrumming low. The 3 moons hung low in the sky like waiting eyes, their light overlapping in long streaks across the village. The crafts touched down, one after another. Doors hissed open. Maria stepped out barefoot, her braids messy, eyes locked on the group. She ran toward Falcon. He caught her mid-stride, arms curling around her waist. She buried her face in his shoulder, breath hitching. It was the kind of hug that said, we're still here. From the second hoverfish, Anna emerged next. She spotted Darwin, Rowena, Indigo and Matthias, standing near the remains of the ritual fire. Her cries split the beach. Darwin turned just in time for her to slam into him, pulling her family close. Indigo clung to her waist. Rowena buried her face against her side. Matthias circled behind them and wrapped them all in one long-limbed embrace.
We don't have time.
Azrek roared.
Is coming to kill us all.
The tribal matriarch pointed at the hoverfish and shouted, and it rang out through the Bubo King's translator. You brought him here! Take your war and leave our sky, others echoed. Children were pulled away. Spears and stone rifles were raised. Drums began to pound from deeper in the trees, warning beats. Everyone ran to the crafts. The hoverfish doors closed in unison. Engines flared. Azrek rose again, fire trailing behind him like a comet. They followed, up and out over the jungle. As they approached the coastline, the sky roiled in green and purple. 9 phoenixes appeared, winged and armoured, their bodies burning gold and crimson. They surrounded the hoverfish, flying in formation so tight that the sea glowed beneath them from the heat of their passage. One broke off. It hovered nose to glass with Jennefgar's vessel, fire licking the viewport. Inside, Sharshuvu whispered,
They're not attacking.
Instead, they approached Azrek and talked for a long time. Then they followed the royal guard to the coastline, where they touched down. The wind along the black sand beach blew sharp and cold. Waves rolled in slow and heavy under a night sky scattered with stars, and 3 full moons hung overhead, pale and watchful. All 3 hoverfish landed in tight formation beside the rocks. Engines cooled, doors hissed open. The group spilled onto the shore, boots sinking into the soft volcanic grit. Their breath steamed in the cold night air. Azrek and the royal guards were already waiting for them, standing at the tide's edge. Their feathers shimmered orange in the moonlight. The burning hearts in their chests flared brighter as they turned. Another 12 flaming shapes streaked from the horizon, descending in a slow spiral, wings vast, talons gleaming. The Phoenix Royal Guard landed in a wide circle around the group, flames hissing as they struck sand and water. They were silent. Voices came, not spoken, but woven directly into each mind, all with the same voice as Azrek.
You have tampered with the river of time,
said one.
You do not belong here,
said another.
You will leave the Euphorian Alliance?
Azrek stepped forward, wings flared.
We did what we had to do. The virus in the future is part of the cycle,
came the answer.
Well, things die, that is the game.
Chairman Vrokala swore. Saffron unclenched her fists. Darwin opened his mouth, but Anna placed a hand on his shoulder before he could speak. They're saying it doesn't matter? Enya demanded. The virus, the deaths, none of it matters. The phoenixes didn't reply. Their flames crackled louder. Azrek's eyes burned.
You're playing games with lives. No,
said the lead phoenix.
We enforce balance. You chose imbalance.
And yet you're not killing us.
Falcon muttered.
Not today,
came the reply. The silence that followed was suffocating. One phoenix turned its head toward the sea.
You will be escorted.
They launched into the air again, this time slower, wings spreading as if herding the group back into their hovercraft. Azrek turned to the others.
They're not done with us, but they're giving us a chance. Follow.
Jennefgar shuddered. Could they ever save Quentin? Above the ocean, the Phoenix Guard burned across the sky like falling stars. The hoverfish followed their trail, weaving through the clouds, over jagged cliffs, and up the steaming edge of Heaven's Island. The air shimmered with heat and sulphur. When they landed, the pyramid rose before them, tall, cracked, glinting with amethyst veins. One of the phoenixes stepped forward, wings folded tightly.
Leave your vehicles, we will take these.
They all followed the commander into the pyramid. Azrek approached the altar. The phoenixes herded them toward the altar. Azrek protested, but the guard remained firm. The Bubo King narrowed his eyes.
The dial doesn't go beyond the 8 worlds.
The phoenix raised a clawed foot and pressed the central star deeper into the altar stone. A hidden panel clicked open. More dials, older symbols, dials that even the Bubo King didn't recognize. He let out a soft whistle.
Choose one of the worlds outside of the Alliance. This world has ended its cycle. The next waits.
The companions knew nothing of the worlds, but said they needed a white or yellow sun world to get their vitamin D. They begged to take their hoverfish, but the commander refused. Eventually, Maria heaved a sigh and pointed at a symbol formed from 3 strikes of lightning.
That might be a stormy world.
Falcon turned toward the royal commander.
Don't you know anything about these worlds?
No.
The tall phoenix said. Darwin chose a moon symbol in front of a gas giant. He shrugged and said it reminded him of home, a moon orbiting a gas giant. Together, the group accepted and climbed the altar 2 at a time, passing into the violet light. As they entered the light, the air vibrated, the sign of the ocean fell away, colours blurred and stretched. They emerged onto soft ground. A hush fell over the group as they stood blinking beneath a vast purple sky. Towering green trees with spiral trunks and frond-like leaves stretched in every direction. In the distance, a waterfall sang somewhere in the forest. They had made it. No hoverfish, no phoenixes, no enemies. Just each other.
Chapter 16. The Ashes of 1,000 Suns. They walked beneath an alien sky. Azrek's flame dimmed low against the sunset, his wings trailing sparks as he glided above the group, keeping pace. Although the trees and vegetation stood green, like at home, they twisted into strange shapes, and the sky shone purple, not blue. He remained silent now, observing. His talons barely skimmed the ground when he landed, stepping beside the others across meadows and over stone bridges veined with violet ore. The world itself pulsed with a strange calm. The trees grew in spirals, wide enough to tunnel through. The air was oxygen-rich, laced with unfamiliar particles. 5 moons hung low on the horizon, pale and full, similar to the 3 they had left on Polymnia. Overhead, an orange gas giant loomed like a forgotten god, its rings slicing through the clouds, shedding dust that sparkled in vertical shafts of light. Behind Azrek, they walked in drifting silence, each with their own losses. Matthias held his daughter Indigo on his hip, yet the man's stance looked weighty, as if his spine recalled the names of each loved one lost to Donkora's virus. Darwin walked behind him, staring at the sky, not speaking. Azrek didn't need to read his thoughts to understand they were fixed on his grandparents, aunt, and cousins. Lyria walked beside her mother Saffron, face pinched and silent. She remained young enough to call friends by favourite colour or lunchtime snack. She'd told Azrek once that she missed preschool, that she'd been excited to start at the special academy for gifted hybrid children. Now her enrolment, her entire future, was erased. Maria walked apart, eyes cast toward the 5 moons which ascended from a mountain chain. She had probably seen too much. He'd heard her talk about the deaths aboard the warship. The clones, her other selves, starved or were murdered in their own massacre. She mourned them. But it was Quentin she longed for. Enya, Renara, and Jennefgar kept close to one another. They spoke little, but he read their hearts clearly. They all wanted Quentin back. All 3, in different ways. Azrek questioned whether Quentin knew how completely he'd been claimed. But Jennefgar's grief ran deeper still. Her mind trembled with images of feathers, flight, battle, and bond. Her great eagle slain by the red mist at the foot of the old towers. A bonded creature was a mirror to the soul. Even Chairman Vrokala walked with head bowed, his usual arrogance tempered. Azrek had seen his dreams, wives and children. They were gone. When he thought no one was looking, he whispered old prayers into his sleeves, the language of economists turned penitent. The Bubo King and Shah Shuvu moved with different sorrows. The virus claimed family members from them too. Shah once stated that the most difficult aspect was the uncertainty of their lineage's continuation. The path sloped downward toward a shimmering lake that reflected all 5 moons. It was night now, a velvet night stitched with silver constellations no one could name. The plants glowed faintly at their edges, winged mammals drifted overhead, slow and luminous, their bellies flickering like lanterns. The sorrow felt heavy even in this idyllic place. They were the last. And now, all that remained was each other. As they descended into the valley, a low-frequency tremor passed through Azrek's chest. He turned skyward. The gas giant loomed unchanged, serene in its monstrous orbit. But something else moved beneath its rings, distant at first, then closer. 3 alien craft, sleek as bonefish, broke through the clouds. Long curving vessels with transparent wings that shimmered like oil, catching moonlight in swirling prisms. No visible engines and only a subsonic hum that made the dram along his neck rise. Azrek narrowed his eyes. The craft did not have a Euphorian design, not even Dra-made. These were older, stranger, organic. Saffron One grabbed Lyria's shoulder and pulled her closer. Enya and Renara crouched slightly, instinctively reaching for weapons they no longer carried. Even the Bubo King's feathers rustled in alarm, his claw resting on the curve of his translation device as if it might double as a shield. Maria didn't blink, her gaze locked on the vessel's underbellies. Scouting patterns, she muttered. That they didn't fire, didn't even slow. The 3 ships rotated mid-air, vertebrae-like segments flexing, reshaping their silhouettes into spear-like points before accelerating into the sky again. The world housed inhabitants. Azrek's flame flared low at his chest, instinct tightening. These were observation engines, exploratory craft, or worse, harvesters. "Do you think they'll come back?" Darwin whispered behind him. Azrek didn't answer. They followed the sloping ridge down into a shallow basin of alien grass which glowed in the darkness, the colour somewhere between silver and teal. Azrek flew low, wings outstretched, scanning ahead. The rest walked in loose groups behind him, too tired to talk much, too haunted to rest. Chairman Vrukala walked with his head bowed in his eagle man form. He had barely spoken since the Phoenix Guard opened the portal. Azrek had heard him whisper to no one in particular. Perhaps it was all karma before falling silent again. He had lost wives, children, cities, and still stood. If there was a civilization here, Azrek worried he and the hybrids might not be welcome. Who knew what intelligent life looked like? Lyria skipped 2 steps for every adult one ahead, but she forced her joy. She kept glancing over her shoulder, hoping someone else would be there. Hoping, Azrek guessed, that her stepfather, Quentin, might catch up. Enya and Renara moved together in tight formation, occasionally brushing hands. They shared their silence. Jennefgar trailed them, her jaw set. She didn't speak either, not since the last night. Since she admitted she'd lost her eagle. The creature had been her partner in everything. Not a pet, not even just a mount. A soul connection. Rowena stuck close to Matthias and Indio. Her eyes were wide, watching everything. She peered angrily at the trees, at the sky, and at the world. Darwin had been crying earlier, not loud, just quiet tears on his hoodie. Grief moved through them all in different ways. Azrek circled once and landed beside the group. A shadow passed over them. Everyone froze. Above the treetops, a line of vehicles cruised low and slow. They were long and narrow like stingrays. Their undersides shimmered with green lines that bent in geometries that didn't obey light. No wings, no engines, no thrusters. They drifted like a hidden current pulling them. One of them emitted a faint wave that rattled the bones. The group scattered for cover. Maria crouched behind a rock outcrop, shielding Indigo. Saffron pulled Lyria against her chest and ducked under the thick fronds of a tree. Shah Shuvu's talons clicked on the stones as she readied herself to take off if needed. Azrek stood tall, wings spread, ready to draw attention if it meant saving the rest. But the ships didn't attack. They passed lazily overhead before disappearing behind the hills. Everyone waited, then exhaled.
They didn't scan us.
Saffron muttered.
Or at least I don't think they did.
They didn't need to,
the Bubo King said.
They already knew we were here.
Azrek turned his gaze back to the sky. The gas giant had moved a little. Azrek could sense the gravitational difference. Time was different here. Slower, maybe. Or faster. They talked little while setting up camp. No one had the energy to converse. There were no tents, no prefab shelters, no soft moss to lie on, just rock, grit, and thin-rooted brush that clung to the alien soil. The trees nearby had thick spiral trunks and leaves like glass, long, translucent and sharp at the edges. They didn't offer much cover, and the air was colder now. Night came fast. 5 moons rose high now in sequence. 2 were red, 2 were white, and 1 was grey and fractured like it had been broken. Their light bled over the field in overlapping patterns, casting strange shadows that didn't always match the people who made them. Azrek perched high on a boulder, watching the others settle. His feathers flared with residual heat, but the drop in temperature was obvious through his plumage. Saffron and Renara used a fallen branch to clear a patch of ground. Lyria curled up between them, holding on to one of Saffron's sleeves like it was a lifeline. The girl hadn't said a word since the ships had passed overhead. Darwin and Rowena stacked flat rocks to block the wind while Anna cradled Indigo, trying to keep the girl asleep. She kept waking up crying, then falling silent again. Maria found a spot near Falcon on a shallow slope. She sat with her knees pulled tight to her chest, her head tipped back, staring at the moons. Vrokala stood nearby, arms folded, eyes scanning the tree line like he expected someone or something to emerge. Jennefgar sat cross-legged, silent, her gaze distant. They built a small fire. Not enough to signal from orbit, but enough to warm their fingers. It crackled in the middle of their loose circle, flames flickering blue-green. Nobody told stories. Nobody shared memories. They were beyond that now. Azrek didn't need to sleep. He watched them one by one as they drifted uneasily. The fire had nearly burned down to blue embers when the sound of dozens of footsteps came. Azrek straightened, wings half flared. His inner heat coiled upward as he scanned the perimeter. Behind him, Maria reached instinctively for her holster, forgetting she no longer wore a weapon. Saffron pulled Lyria behind her. Falcon stood and squared his shoulders. Shah Shovu crouched. Shapes emerged from the tree line, and they weren't anything Azrek recognized. The first was tall, at least 3 meters, and glided rather than walked. Its body looked like a woven exoskeleton of carbon-laced fibers, but a face shimmered behind the lattice, blurring colors like oil on water. The second came on 6 legs, but its upper torso stood upright, humanoid with a mouthless head and jeweled eyes. Others followed, varying wildly. One floated in a gravity-warping halo of segmented rings. Another resembled a manta ray made of bark and smoke. They differed from each other, unmistakably alien, but they moved together with intention. A group, a community. Azrek stalked forward. The leading figure raised one hand, 5 fingers that split again at the tips, fractal-like, and pulsed a golden light from its chest. The glow rippled outward, soft and resonant, like a hum inside the bones. In telepathic communication, it said.
Did you come through a portal?
Azrek blinked. Yes, he said carefully. From Polonia. We're
fleeing.
Lyria cut in, stepping out from behind her mother. Saffron hissed under her breath, but it was too late.
We came because we had nowhere else.
The girl said.
There were too many dead. We didn't mean to disturb anything.
The glowing creature let out an inaudible sound, almost laughter, and several of the others tilted their heads or flicked their limbs in silent communication. The one with jewel eyes clicked gently and spoke. Then you are welcome. All who flee the Dra may stay. Relief washed over the camp like a wave. They don't pursue you here. Another said, its voice more fluid.
This world is hidden, shielded by the old frequencies. We call it Majorin, the folded garden. It is a haven, a prison, a secret.
Chairman Rockola squinted.
A prison.
For those who wish to remain unfindable,
said the floating ringed one.
For those hunted through stars and across timelines.
It's lucky I chose that rune on the altar then, Darwin said. Azrek sensed a residual tremor of truth in the air. These beings weren't lying. If they had wanted to destroy the newcomers, they would have done so already. We've lost many, Azrek said. We mean no harm. The tall one dipped its fractal fingers in acknowledgement.
None who survived the ash of 1,000 suns arrives here by accident. We'll speak more come daylight.
Then they turned and drifted back into the trees, vanishing like smoke on the tide. The group stood stunned a moment longer before slowly settling back near the fire, sleep overtaking them. Azrek remained alert long after, watching the shadows. He no longer believed in coincidence, but he did believe in sanctuary.
Chapter 17. Digital Dreamscape.
Saffron One lay, her arms wrapped around Lyria's little body. The child had long since fallen asleep, but Saffron remained wide awake, staring up at the alien stars. 5 full moons shimmered above. A barrier shimmered around them. Saffron had peeped through her eyes when the strange beings returned to cast it. She checked if they were trapped, and they were not. The barrier provided warmth, because it was cold outside. Something about the stillness of the night, the alien grass under her back, and the pulse of the moons lulled her. Her limbs softened, her breath slowed, and then she was no longer lying down. She stood on a glowing path of violet stone under pine trees, barefoot, with warm wind teasing the hem of her silk robe. The lake ahead glittered like liquid crystal, and the waterfall spilled lazily from the rocks high above. She recognized this place. Saffron, too, had made it for Quentin when she was abducted, and Saffron One had enjoyed watching.
Saffron,
a voice said behind her. She turned. Quentin stood at the edge of the trees, barefoot, shirtless, wearing the body she remembered, the real one, not the clone. His smile was soft. There was sadness in it.
I missed you,
he said. She stuttered. You're alive?
In a sense, not in the way you knew me, though.
He approached, reaching to brush her hair back from her face.
I was in a crystal ball in some kind of a starship that travels the multiverse. But your other selves, they pulled me here. I'm safe, and I'm not alone.
3 saffrons emerged from the lake mist. Saffron 2 in her red lace dress. Saffron 10 in latex. The third, unnumbered, wore a black mesh bodysuit and silver gloves. They circled her. You're stronger than you think, said the one in latex. You still protect our daughter. You keep the group moving, but you need comfort as well. We've missed you, the red-dressed one said. He has too. Saffron's breath caught in her throat. I shouldn't be here. I'm supposed to protect Lyria, keep the group safe. We tried to save you, Quentin. We searched for the children and...
I know,
he said.
I can see everything through your eyes.
But I have no cybernetics anymore. It's in the DNA we share, the saffron in latex said. I mean, shared. Quentin touched her shoulder.
The shield the beings put around you all, it lets your mind wander.
Her eyes heated with tears. It's not enough. I need you here with us. Lyria needs you.
The Drare is on high alert. Search for help where you are. They have tech. They have superb tech.
Where am I? What is this world?
I'm not sure, but one thing I'm certain of is the fact they have good tech because of the force field. They seem kind. Talk to the kind ones and get advice.
They'd think I was crazy.
No, they wouldn't. Maybe they know about the drawers and their gaming.
How do you know that?
I heard through your ears.
The clone in silver took her hand. We made this place to hold you. We knew one day you'd join us. Saffron One's voice wavered. I'm scared I've failed Quentin. Failed everyone. You didn't, all 4 said at once. The mist swirled around her ankles, warm and golden. The lake glowed brighter, and somewhere in the trees behind her, birds chirped. She awoke with a start, her skin damp, breath trembling in the strange morning light. Around her, the others still slept. Enya curled beside Granara. Jennefgar sprawled out with her arm over Lyria. And yet she felt peaceful. A shimmer still hung in the air beyond the barrier, and she swore Quentin's hand still rested on her waist. A muted drone broke the stillness. Saffron sat up fast, breath still catching in her throat. Dewy grass clung to her arms. The others around her stirred as the warm glimmer of the force field thinned like fog. Lyria mumbled something and rolled closer to Jennefgar's chest. Renera blinked awake, rubbing sleep from her eyes, her tangled golden hair haloed in pale orange light. Above them, 6 strange beings hovered. Their bodies radiated in tall, translucent forms, half-formed, mist-bodied, adorned with pulsing geometric patterns that flowed like living tattoos. Each carried a silver levitating tray loaded with food? The Bubo King, already sitting up, squinted.
Is that a floating fruit salad?
His translation device asked. Jennefgar groaned.
I hope it's not sentient.
One by one, the trays glided down, settling on the moss. The Bubo King's beak aimed straight at the plate of raw meat. The aroma hit next, sharp, sweet, roasted, fermented, floral, and one tray that had the aggressive scent of unwashed boots. Vulcan recoiled.
What the hell is that?
Saffron blinked. It's breakfast, I think. Lyria leaned over a tray, plucking a long, jiggling yellow strand with a pair of stick-like utensils.
Looks like octopus spaghetti.
It's vibrating,
said Renara, wide-eyed.
He's judging me.
Vulcan muttered, nose wrinkling. Maria grinned and kissed his bone-white cheek, then popped something purple into her mouth and chewed. A few others went for the purple things too, upon seeing Maria's approval.
Whatever this is,
Jar Shuvu said,
it's amazing. Tastes like toasted marshmallow and smoked meat at the same time.
Jennefgar leaned in, wary, and selected something that resembled a glowing blue cube. She sniffed it first, then shrugged and bit in. Her eyes widened.
Well,
it's lemon ice cream, but with a kick of chili. I'm not mad about it.
Saffron poked at her own tray, selecting a delicately folded blossom that unfurled as she lifted it. Inside was a cluster of iridescent seeds. She popped one in her mouth and gasped. Sweet and fizzy? Renara lifted a spherical item and bit into it. It made a loud squelch. Her expression crumpled. Her eyes remained.
Nope, I'm out.
A texture issue?
Jennefgar asked.
It tasted like onion.
Falcon gingerly sniffed another tray and reeled back.
That one smells like Maria's boots after a battle.
Maria shook her head and groaned. A misty being's triangular face rotated. It gestured with 2 fingers made of light and emitted a serene, musical chime. The others responded with soft warbles that could have been laughter. The being closest to Saffron extended an arm and touched the air. A circle of light formed mid-air, and a message flickered in clean Euphorian interstellar script. We provide nourishment. Some is for digestion, some is for awakening memories, some is for testing your readiness. Jennefgar raised a brow.
Testing? That doesn't sound foreboding at all.
Renara whispered.
What if the gross ones are the good ones?
Rokala popped a blue cube into his mouth.
Then I've failed the test with enthusiasm.
Lyria licked a smear of iridescent jelly from her fingers.
If this is alien room service, I give it 3 stars. Not bad. -1 for the onion snot ball.
Everyone laughed.
That is service, dear child.
Rokala said.
It appears we have no house or rooms.
More mist beings approached from the trees, empty trays now trailing them like obedient drones. One paused beside Saffron and tilted its head. Another light symbol flickered in the air. The king requests your presence. Come, clothed in truth. Jennifer leaned towards Saffron.
Did it just say the king?
Clothed in truth.
Renara echoed, confused.
Does that mean naked?
The Bubo King snorted.
Might be metaphorical. Like no lying, or no weapons.
Or no pants.
Jar Shuvu said.
Maybe it's a pants-free kingdom.
Saffron tried not to laugh. Another message flashed. We will escort you all. The king knows of your mission. He welcomes your stories. The beings turned as one, drifting back the way they'd come, silent, slow, and oddly graceful. Jennefgar sighed, stretching her back.
Guess we're going to meet alien royalty before second coffee?
Falcon snipped his sleeve.
Do you think they'll judge us based on how much we stink?
The Bubo King pecked one final treat into his beak and stood on his wiry legs and talons.
Let them. I'll wear my stink like a badge of honor.
Anna stood and elbowed him.
Please don't say that to the king.
Saffron rose slowly with Lyria, and Indigo skipped to her daughter's side and held her hand. The two little girls at least had each other's company. It would have sucked if Lyria had had no other children to play with. The dream of Saffron II's lake still clung to her, and his voice in her ear. She wished she could hear him now, and wondered if he could sense her thoughts, despite her having no mind-link interface anymore. She swallowed and nodded toward the retreating hosts. We should follow. Renara stood and brushed herself off.
Do we bring the food?
Matthias eyed the remaining trays.
Please, no.
Jennefgar slung her gear onto her back.
Let's go meet this king, and pray his sense of humor is as good as his chef's aim.
Laughter echoed behind them, soft as mist. The beings halted, raised their ghostly hands, and the friends and families began to lift from the ground.
Chapter 18. Gowns of the Immortal Court.
Jennefgar's boots cleared the soil by a whisper. Then, by a reach, then by the height of trees, they lifted from the turquoise valley as if weight had lost meaning. Jennefgar's breath bottled, wondering when they would stop ascending. The alien grasses fell away beneath them, and the world bloomed open. Below, the hill's circular patch of glade narrowed into a coin of greenish gold, rimmed with luminous stones. Around her, the others floated too. Some were upright and some were limp with disbelief. Lyria clung to Saffron. Indigo clung to Anna and Matthias. Renara's hair billowed like flame in zero gravity. Falcon looked downward, mouth parted. Above them all, the sky stretched on. The enormous orange gas giant loomed behind the thinning clouds, its swirls and storms miles across, dragging the purple atmosphere into spirals. Flashes of light appeared inside, yet stillness reigned here. Cloud banks folded over them, lavender and gold, shot through with flashes of green. Their bodies passed through as though into fog, but without moisture or coldness. The mist curled around Jennefgar's skin like smoke from some divine incense, sweet and strange. She could taste honey and wood resin in the air. They rose higher. A dark-winged dragon spiraled nearby, large as a house, but it did not seem to see them. It peeled off through a thermal current and disappeared into a cloud. Below, the world curved. Silver rivers met in cracked deltas, where entire forests grew in spirals, unfurling like fern leaves on a giant's thumbprint. Towering coral-like structures jutted from the ground, opening and closing in rhythm with some unseen tide. Past that, shimmering blue expanses had scattered, shifting shapes that could have been beings, or contraptions, or either. They continued to rise. Maria behind her cried out, her voice lost in the strange vacuum between layers. A flash of peach passed through the barrier that still wrapped their group, a dome of light barely visible, like oil on water. It shimmered in response to the panic, green, then calming blue. And in her mind, not through her ears, she sensed the words, "Do not fear, you will not die here. This is the land of endurance." Jennefgar's limbs relaxed. She hadn't realized how tightly she'd been gripping her own chest until now. The atmosphere felt light, though one could still breathe. Saffron One's face tipped back in wonder. Shoa Shuvu grinned like a child. Even Vrokala, stiff and closed Vrokala, seemed dazed. The orange gas giant's rings seemed faint now, but visible. Beneath them, the clouds parted once more to reveal a new landscape of floating isles tethered by roots of crystal, forests of violet flame that didn't burn, and in the far distance, a palace or city of translucent towers, each one shaped like an open bloom, reaching toward the sky as if thirsty for divine light. Jennefgar had seen many things in her time, but nothing like this. As they floated up, the sky changed from purple to indigo, and her heart seemed strangely relieved. Time here did not seem to rot things, but polish them. The clouds opened like parted curtains, and the palace emerged. It hung suspended in the atmosphere, impossible and serene, its towers composed of translucent crystal that caught the gas giant's light and refracted it into impossible spectra. No two surfaces were the same. Some gleamed like wet quartz, others like opalescent bone or molten diamond. Bridges of light connected skyborne domes, and floating gardens bloomed with plants and flowers. Jennefgar stared. The surrounding air buzzed with energy. Her skin tingled. Her breath came easier. A soft breeze, impossible this high, swept her hair back from her face. She tried to understand what she was seeing. Magic? No, not in the way the fantasy novels described it. But it wasn't machinery either. No turbines, no thermal thrusters, no satellites, nothing broadcasted or blinking or under repair. She tilted her head. It might be tech, she whispered to herself, knowing no one could listen. Or, what if this is all part of the game? The thought slid in, unwelcome. If the Euphorian Alliance had been manipulated by Drar simulations, if the virus and the war and the scientists and the rebellions were all nudged by invisible parameters, then what was this? A reward screen? A sanctuary tier? A new stage in the same illusion? If they were immortal here, did that mean their consciousness had been copied and deposited in some endless sandbox? Were those pyramids really time machines, or were they something technical? Her jaw clenched with dizziness. She'd lost friends, her eagle. Was all that real? If they existed as avatars in a game, if her agony had been planned, if her affection for Quentin was merely a part of the program, did that make it less authentic? Wasn't reality defined by perception? A flock of translucent birds arced past the palace, their wings trailing crystal dust. Other groups floated beside her, silent, stunned. Jennefgar had doubts if her form belonged to her any longer. Did this world have gravity or oxygen or physics? But she was still herself, still watching, still wondering. The palace loomed closer now, its gates slowly unfolded like petals. She, along with all the others, drifted forward. Upon passing the gates with gravity's pull, they stood in a courtyard on quartz cobblestones that seemed strangely soft. Jennefgar experienced a surge of gratitude at the being who welcomed them, for she was humanoid, or mostly. She stood at least 7 feet tall, with 6 slender arms fanning out from her sides like the wings of an elegant insect. Her gown shimmered in pastel blues and greens. Her face was almost human, save for the 6 eyes arranged in 2 vertical rows. They blinked in pairs, oddly comforting. She smiled serenely.
Welcome. You are safe. You are invited. You are weary.
Jennefgar clung to the simple words like stepping stones.
We have prepared spas for your cleansing and rest. There are meals suited to your kind, private dressing chambers, and zones for meditation, play, or mourning. We know each of you carries grief and dreams.
Before anyone could answer, her arms gestured smoothly, and the air parted like silk curtains. Pathways bloomed.
Lyria will go with Anna, Indigo, Rowena, Maria, and Shah Shu Vu to the Children's and Women's Haven.
The being continued.
Chairman Vrocula will accompany Darwin, Matthias, the Bubo King, and Azrek to the Hall of Winds.
Saffron's jaw clenched.
Excuse me? Why are you taking my daughter away from me?
All 6 of the woman's eyes blinked slowly.
So that you may catch up with your best friends.
She replied with a small bow.
Because the little girls wish to use the pool with the long winding tubes and the machine that makes waves.
Saffron froze.
A wave machine?
Yeah.
The woman said calmly.
And 12 flavors of fizzy water.
Saffron narrowed her eyes, then exhaled.
Fine, but if she so much as chips a tooth?
She will not.
Jennefgar bit her lip. Her own daughter, if she'd had one, might have adored the idea. But right now, she anxiously wondered if she'd been placed in the wrong group. She didn't know Saffron. They hadn't spoken to one another. She didn't know Renara very much at all. Did they realize she'd lost her virginity to Quentin? Surely Enya had told Renara, but did Saffron know? The tall woman bowed again and swept her arms in an elegant loop.
Saffron, Renara, Enya, Jennefgar, this way.
They entered a new and ethereal arch together, 4 women from different stars, walking silently into what came next. The spa greeted them like the sigh of a forest after rainfall. Saffron led the way, her black bob bouncing lightly as she paused to take in the grandeur. arched overhead, glass-like and glowing with the soft radiance of the orange gas giant far above the cloud line. A light mist filled the chamber, humming faintly with electrostatic floral scents, alien and intoxicating. A curved antechamber awaited them, softly lit by floating orbs of violet and rose gold light. Gentle steam rose from unseen vents in the floor, carrying a faint scent of citrus and minerals. On either side, crystalline alcoves shimmered open, offering each woman a place to undress. Jennefgar hesitated a moment, then followed the other's lead. Her fingers fumbled at the fastenings of her filthy loincloth as she glanced sideways, only to freeze as Renara pulled her shirt over her head. The engineer's golden skin gleamed in the soft steam. Next to her, Saffron's crimson skin caught the light like polished garnet. Her figure was all curves and mystery. She quickly looked away, embarrassed by the flush rising on her own cheeks. Then Enya undressed. The willowy woman's form was lean.
It's like bathing inside a living geode,
Renara whispered, tugging her socks off with a sigh.
It's warm,
Enya said, arms stretching out, letting the mist sink into her skin.
not humid. Just perfect.
The spa had an intuitive awareness, shutters sliding open at their approach, revealing long pools of prismatic water and reclining couches carved from smooth bone-white stone. They happened to be the only individuals present. Jennefgar trailed behind the others, caught between awe and self-consciousness. Her slight, wiry form seemed minuscule beside Renara and Saffron's easy curves, and Enya's height and elegance. Renara stepped first into one of the floating baths, the surface of the liquid lifting to meet her feet as if it cradled her entrance. Her golden hair darkened with moisture, and her full breasts gleamed under the light. She reclined without modesty. Saffron was next.
You coming in?
Enya had already waded into a second pool, humming softly, steam curling around her long black hair. Jennefgar slipped into the water slowly, expecting heat, but instead found herself enveloped by a perfect pressure, neither hot nor cold, but warm in a way that made her body sigh in relief. The mineral scents curled into her sinuses, citrus musk and something like cinnamon bark. Her tension melted. Saffron lifted her arms along the rim of the curved bath.
I dreamed of him, Quentin, but not like usual dreams. He said he was alive. Or something close, that he was pulled out of the crystal prison by my clones.
But they died.
Enya frowned. Saffron winced.
Their bodies did, but perhaps not their minds.
Are you saying cyborgs have spirits?
Enya asked.
I'm not saying anyone or anything has a spirit in a religious sense, but a consciousness, yes.
Jennefgar blinked. You mean like a digital heaven? Saffron nibbled on her lower lip.
I don't like the term heaven. Maybe a digital world or dimension. One they made when we were still, well, linked. I've been there many times before. Quentin has too. It's beautiful. A lake, pines. He inhabited his dark-haired self, not his blonde clone.
He looked like that when he came here too, Jennefgar said, but she suddenly felt self-conscious when the three women looked at her. She almost wanted to cover her small breasts with her hands. Enya's voice sounded gentle.
Do you think it's real?
I don't know.
Saffron said.
That he said he was safe, and that the force field we were in, it let our minds wander, and he told me to seek help, that the beings here have tech. Powerful tech.
Renara tilted her head.
Quantum-linked dream states aren't unheard of. If your DNA has any embedded cyber interface coding, it's not impossible that a field like the one we woke in could act like a dream server.
Enya raised a brow.
You're a ship mechanic, not a quantum physicist.
Read and listen to podcasts.
Renara said with a shrug.
Quantum pulse theory fascinates me. You should know that. I thought we were best friends.
Saffron glanced between them, and then her eyes settled on Jennefgar.
It wasn't just tech, though. It felt spiritual, like love was coded into the environment.
Enya leaned back, the water lapping against her collarbones.
Do you think we'll see him again?
I don't know.
Saffron admitted.
but I'm not giving up.
Yennefer tried to find her voice. She wasn't used to all this openness, this sensual warmth. I always figured you were just built to handle one lover, she said to Saffron, then glanced sideways. But maybe it's more than that. Saffron smiled.
Love isn't a limited resource. It grows with each person you hold space for. My clones taught me that.
The spa responded to their emotions, ripples of light skating across the walls, scents changing. A golden fruit-bearing tree unfurled from the floor beside them, its branches arcing with translucent, pulsing pods.
Guess that's our cue to eat,
Enya said, climbing out, water cascading from her lithe body. Jennefgar followed, arms wrapped over her chest. She caught her own reflection in a nearby panel, small-breasted, strong-jawed, focused, and saw it not with judgment, but understanding. They weren't rivals, they were companions, and for now, in this floating paradise above the clouds, they were clean, warm, and not alone. Steam still curled in the air as the four women followed the gentle chime of bells into a smaller chamber. The walls of this one were etched with soft, swirling designs that responded to their presence like waves in liquid glass. A long shelf, lit from beneath, displayed what could only be described as grooming tools. Servants floated in with no footsteps and no scent, robed in translucent gauze, their faceless masks offering neither approval nor judgment. They moved silently, gliding forward to offer trays of shimmering paste and soft, bristled brushes. The women understood without needing translation. Tooth cleaning, but elevated. The bristles vibrated gently, releasing minty, effervescent tingles against their gums. It wasn't invasive, just refreshing, like inhaling cool air laced with starlight. Yennefer chuckled softly as she examined her teeth in a nearby reflective pane. "Brighter than the moons," she muttered. When the last mouth had been rinsed with a sweet herbal rinse, another set of silent attendants arrived, carrying gowns fit for celestial royalty. The first was offered to Renara, a long, flowing sheath of rich violet shot through with delicate veins of copper filament. She lifted it in awe, and the colour glowed against her gold-toned skin like dusklight meeting sunrise. As she slipped it over her head, it clung in all the right places, then loosened as she moved, fluid, regal. She looked like a high priestess of the nebulae. Saffron's was turquoise, more green than blue, stitched with minute scales of what looked like opal. Against her red skin, it made her look like living sculpture, mythic, ancient, and startlingly sensual. Jennefgar hesitated when they handed her the tight white mini-dress. "You've got to be kidding," she whispered. But once it was on, once the cool silken weave gripped her frame like memory foam, she felt different, empowered. Her narrow waist, long muscled limbs, and wide hips gave her an almost ballerina-like silhouette, powerful and clean. Saffron watched with a small, pleased smirk.
Looks good.
Enya's was last, a long gown of silver thread material that shimmered like moonlight on still water. Her indigo-silver complexion merged with the dress so perfectly she seemed otherworldly. They stood before a large window as the servants arranged circlets in their hair and smoothed invisible wrinkles from the fabric. Together, they looked like queens from 4 distant galaxies, each a different element, a different beauty, but united in calm, radiant presence.
Chapter 19. The Hacker King's Mercy.
The throne room rose like the hollow of a mountain. Prismatic light filtered through the towering arches of crystal. At the end of the chamber, a raised dais cradled an enormous throne shaped from braided vines of gold, overgrown with flowering data wires that pulsed like veins. And seated there, massive, regal, casually terrifying, was the king. The king's body was humanoid, but oversized and wrapped in robes. His mane flowed like living fire, each strand catching solar tones of gold, orange, and yellow. 6 clawed fingers rested on one knee. His leonine face was proud, scarred, and expressive, and when he laughed, it rumbled through the floor like a volcano.
Quentin Valentine.
The king roared in delight.
Trapped by drawers and then lost inside a dream? That one always did have a knack for drama.
The sound of his laughter made the great hall shake gently. He wiped a golden tear from one eye and leaned forward.
But we've played this level before.
Saffron stood tall beside Renara, her turquoise gown shimmering against her red skin. She didn't flinch under the king's gaze. "Can you help him?"
I don't do miracles.
The Lion Man said, rising to full height.
But I employ a rather clever circle of code wizards.
He made a gesture, and from one of the upper balconies, a cluster of beings emerged, long-limbed, each with palms glowing with arrays of ancient glyphs.
Bring him.
The king said.
From wherever the game trapped him.
Behind the Bubo King, the group fidgeted. Lyria gripped Anna's hand tightly. Indigo held Darwin's sleeve. Even Chairman Vrokala had gone still. A circular platform rose in the center of the hall. Light formed around it, flickering through old signals and coded memories. Static. Glitch. A scream of noise. Then silence. Then Quentin appeared, kneeling and disoriented. He was very much real.
Daddy!
Lyria launched herself forward, little sandals clattering as she took flight. Quentin barely had time to look up before she collided with his stomach, arms wrapped tightly around his legs, sobbing with joy. He caught her, even through the surprise, and picked her up, holding her close, burying his face in her hair.
"I'm here,"
he whispered hoarsely.
"I'm here, baby."
Behind them, Saffron pressed a hand to her mouth. Enya was already crying. Renara had gone tense with the effort of not doing the same. Even Jennefgar's normally composed face was full of awe and something deeper. The Bubo King exhaled slowly. It had been a long time since anything good had happened without a cost. He wasn't sure this wasn't still part of the game, but he could feel something solid settle in his chest. Something like hope. The king grinned, sharp teeth gleaming.
Now that he's back,
he said,
let's talk about where you will choose to settle.
They chose the cliffside oasis, not the floating gardens in the east or the stone library nestled inside the spiral canyon, but the quiet bluff on the continent's southern curve, where silver grass waved in windless air and a warm ocean rippled below like the heartbeat of a living world. The locals called the place Ilaris. It meant something between horizon and end of burden in their rippling tongue. Quentin didn't care what it meant. It was perfect. The sun here was faintly green, always low on the horizon, and the big orange gas giant loomed in the violet sky like an ancient guardian. At night, 5 moons kept the world awake. Sometimes translucent, sometimes blazing, never absent. The light shimmered across the curved crystal patio of their new home, glinting off the glasses in his hands. Champagne fizzed softly in 4 glasses. He passed them out, one to Renara, stretched out beside him on the padded stone bench, her golden skin glinting like honeyed fire. One to Jennefgar, who tucked her knees beneath her and gave him a quiet smile from behind her thick lashes. One to Enya, who took hers with a playful clink and curled up at his feet like a relaxed lynx. And the last to Saffron, who hadn't stopped watching him since sunset.
"I can't believe we're not dead,"
Enya said, finally sipping.
"But some of us are,"
said Jennefgar. Quentin nodded slowly. "Yeah." The king tried, said time doesn't work the same here, but even with his hackers, he couldn't retrieve the dead. Just the living code, the preserved strands, and only those caught in motion, not the ones fully gone. Silence settled. It wasn't awkward, but also sacred. The scientists who had resurrected so many before being murdered by the Drar, all of them still lost, and maybe always would be. He glanced toward the glass dome across the narrow ridge. Indigo's place. Lyria had begged to sleep over. Her first proper sleepover, apparently. Quentin had cried in secret when she'd said it so casually, like it was the most normal thing in the universe. Like the universe hadn't shattered just weeks before.
She's safe.
Saffron whispered, following his gaze.
I checked. Anna and Matthias are there, and Rowena is keeping them entertained.
He nodded and tipped his glass toward her. I know. Renara kicked her legs gently over the edge, boots gone, dress shimmering purple in the moonlight.
So, you gonna make us all homes here? Build a nice dome? Or dig a bunker and hoard plasma rifles?
No bunkers, Quentin said, but maybe, I don't know, a greenhouse, hot spring out back, hammocks.
That's 3 too many dreams.
Enya teased. Dreams are all we ever had, he replied, and raised his glass. To surviving, to remembering, and to forgetting, just enough to make peace with it. And they toasted. Quentin leaned back against the cushions and 4 women shifted near. Not for sex. Not yet. Just to be near. Just to be warm. They were alive. They had everything they needed in this strange new world. And tomorrow, they'd start again. The moons had moved position again. One perched low like an amber fruit on the horizon. The other 2 higher. One violet, one faintly green, and one already set and gone. They cast long, slanted shadows through the open windows of their crystalline home, the air warm with night flowers and something cinnamon-like from the cliffs. Quentin stood shirtless on the balcony, a blanket wrapped low around his waist. The ocean's ebb and flow down below echoed in his chest. He grieved his 6 children, ex-wife, brother, and parents dearly, but this strange life had moved on in a strange place, and he wasn't lacking love. Behind him, soft laughter rose. Enya and Renara had started dancing earlier, tipsy from too much alien champagne. They were quiet now, asleep probably, or pretending to be. Jennefgar had disappeared into the bath dome. He'd seen her petite silhouette through the glass, steam curling around her shoulders. But it was Saffron who approached him now, barefoot, wrapped in a pale robe.
You okay?
He didn't answer right away. She stepped beside him and laid her hand gently on his back. His skin twitched under her fingers. He covered it with his own. I keep thinking about Donkora, he said finally, about how that bastard got away with it. Saffron said nothing. We let him go. We didn't have a choice. If we'd gone after him, the Drars would have found us. And we'd all be dead.
Or worse,
she whispered.
Trapped. Forever, like you were.
I would have gone mad. Saffron 2's dream world was better, but it was small, and you and Lyria weren't there.
Don't forget your other 3 lovers.
He turned to look at her, searching her face. You pulled me out. Her smile was small.
The Hacker King did.
They stood there for a moment, the soft wind tugging her dark bob across her cheek. He brushed it back. This place, it's beautiful. It's everything we needed. But I still feel like we lost. Saffron tiptoed to kiss his cheek.
We didn't lose. You lived. We all did. That was the victory.
Her lips brushed his. Once. Then again. The kiss deepened slowly. No urgency, no hunger. Just time, space, breath. The kind of kiss that said, we're safe now. The wind changed direction. The distant waves grew louder. Quentin exhaled, feeling her fingers slide gently into his hair. Her warmth surrounded him. We chose to live, he whispered. Saffron didn't answer, but she held him tighter. The end. You just listened to the clean version of the 6th and last book in the Cyberstar Saga, written and created by John Roberts in 2025, narrated by AI in 2025.